Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can you two stop playing musical chairs so we can start the stream, please? Jazakallah khair. So I don't know which one of you is doing that, but stop it. Alhamdulillah. Right, it's making me dizzy. But let's start the stream, inshallah, anyway. Alhamdulillah. So, Open Forum, episode 59. This stream is devoted to non-Muslims. If you're atheist, you're Christian, you're Jew, you're Hindu, you're Ahmadi, anyone who's a non-Muslim, if you want to come onto the stream and you'd like to have a debate or discussion, let's have a nice discussion. I know Ijaz and Imran love to debate. I'm more of a discussion sort of guy. I'm a very soft character. I can't really get my hands dirty too much, but let's have a nice discussion. You can, of course, ask us questions about our beliefs. We can then ask you questions about what you believe and have a nice interaction, inshallah. If you are one of our regular guests who likes to come on because you're interested to ask questions about Islam or things that you're looking into, please, you're welcome to come on. We do have the link for the stream at the bottom of the YouTube video, and we'll periodically put the link, as we have done, on the screen, and it should be in the comments. You just click on that link and you come straight to the studio. Have your cameras on, please, so we can identify you. And then, inshallah, we'll get you on and we'll hopefully have that lovely discussion, and hopefully we'll all benefit from that. So we have, mashallah, two doctors with us. We have our Dr. Ijaz and we have our Doctor, who I call him. How are you boys doing, mashallah?
I think the boys' references to you.
I'll let the legitimate doctor speak.
Alhamdulillah, very well. I mean, I don't know about boys, but mashallah, we are very well, mashallah. Everything's good, alhamdulillah. I mean, we have to really, this is a time where if you don't have perspective, you can, often we are going through many things. You look around the world and you see the suffering that you see, particularly that's what's going on in Palestine, a televised genocide. If we see that and we aren't grateful for the fact that we're in a position of security and using our voices, at least if not hating within our hearts what's happening, and doing everything else that we can to help, then it tells you a lot about yourself. Alhamdulillah, everything is good for us. Inshallah, may Allah make it well for the brothers and sisters around the world. Inshallah, protect the oppressed from the oppressors. But alhamdulillah, yeah, we're doing well, and we're here to help people, probably to think about the most important decision in their lives. What are they here for? What are they here for? Brother Ijaz, your thoughts, please, inshallah.
Well, I agree with you, Dr. Imran. First of all, assalamu alaikum to everyone. There's a little bit of good news in the circumstances, which is that I think behind the scenes, Brother Ayaz just took the shahada of someone wanting to accept Islam in the United States. So welcome our brother to Islam, inshallah. He I think his father converted to Islam, and that opened the doorway for him to look at Islam a bit more closely. He spent some time looking at EFDawah, reached out, and Brother Ayaz behind the scenes, mashallah, was able to assuage any questions he had, and he came home to Islam, alhamdulillah. And I think everyone this time is looking for something to come home to, and so we invite the non-Muslims, just a couple in the chat. If you want to come home, we're here to help you do that. As for everyone else, we understand the circumstances in Palestine is still the same. What happened on October 2023, it's still happening today. That's what 3 months of ongoing mass brutality against the Palestinian people. And I find myself doing introspection almost daily, looking back at the people who wrote books, saying things like, if I had lived at the time of the Holocaust in World War II, I would have, brought people home into my basement and protected them. I would have shielded them, and I would have guarded, these people from being killed. And I say, will you not do the same for the Muslims today in Palestine? and the silence is there. It's shocking. So we hope that Allah continues to open hearts and that He protects each and every Muslim who's facing dhulm, persecution, hatred, and threats to their lives. May Allah sustain them, grant them peace, and grant them justice.
I mean, and subhanallah, this really does show the veracity of Islam, because what did the Prophet, peace be upon him, teach us? What did the Quran teach us? That amongst the Christians, you will find many who, will be closest to you, Allah says in the Quran. You'll find amongst them will be the Christians, and they were doing good works and what have you. And they'll have monks and they'll have people who show kindness and decency. And amongst those who shows the greatest enmity will be from amongst the idolaters, the people who worship idols, and from amongst the community of basically who are Israelis, basically, right? And if you look at Islamophobia today, and there are lots of studies that you'll find, the bulk of the money that's coming to create this Islamophobia in order to take and demonize the Muslims, because the majority of Palestinians are Muslims, even though there are Christians in Palestine, but the majority are Muslims. To take away the sympathy, this whole industry of Islamophobia began and started and perhaps not began, but certainly accelerated rapidly because of what the Israeli government did and the Israeli think tanks did. And millions of dollars went into creating this hatred and this lack of sympathy and utter racism, actually, because when you look at the videos of some of the soldiers who televised their killing of Iraqis and Afghanis, yes, they would use certain things like sand jockeys or camel jockeys or
towel heads.
Yeah. They'd use terms like in the English soldiers would use terms like sandpackies, it was a dehumanizing, in Vietnam, they call them, I think, gooks, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, we may not be, we should be mindful. Someone's going to clip that.
Anyway, I'm just saying that when you dehumanize people, you make them lesser than human, then the floodgates of brutality and atrocities can open. And this is exactly what they did to the Jewish community in Germany and in Europe. I'm not saying the picture was rosy between Muslims and Jews, but it certainly was chalk and cheese compared to what Europe did to the Jews. And they did exactly the same thing. They made a caricature of a Jewish person being greedy and chasing their women, their European women, and he made them look greedy, made them look like they were stingy, made them look like they controlled everything. And these were all the sort of things that were done in place to create this environment where you could now go and legitimize your brutality. And this is what they did all over the world. And this is what the English did in India and in Kenya and in so many other countries around the world. America, unfortunately, in Vietnam.
In South America, right? People fail to realize that the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, if you guys look up colonial racism and the impact that it's had, people seem to think that because we've moved on from the colonial era historically, that the doctrine of colonialism has gone away and that we live in some kind of modern world where there isn't a European and Western bias against the international South, right? That still persists. What's funny is, not funny, but what's a bit odd is that the Orthodox Christians in Gaza, the Catholic Christians in Gaza, right? There is, I think, his priest Munter Isaac on Twitter, on X, quite prolific, open speaker about the persecution of Christians in Palestine. He's saying, look, being killed by not Jews, but Israelis in general. Muslims are the one protecting us. The Muslims are the one taking us into their communities, and they're guarding us basically because we're the minority in Gaza. Why is the international Christian community so permitting almost the persecution of not just the Palestinians, but their fellow Christian brothers and sisters in Palestine? Right? People forget Palestine is not Muslim only. It's not exclusive to Muslims. Keep that in mind. I made a post about
it's where the footsteps of Jesus, peace be upon him, would be imprinted, though perhaps not distinguishable now from all the things that I've covered those up. But no doubt, he, peace be upon him, Jesus would have walked around in those areas, and these are fellow Christians, for God's sake, But because they're brown Christians, it just seems like it's easier to turn a blind eye. The other thing is, I actually find it very odd. I suppose we all deal with these conflicts in many ways, and to even call it a conflict is actually a misappropriation. In reality, it's just a genocide. It's shooting fish in a barrel. It's Mike Tyson in a ring with a 3-year-old who's got one leg and both arms tied behind its back. It's an utter brutal, televised entertainment almost for the Israeli soldiers, who are literally showing off. Videos coming out of tablets where they can point the gun at a Palestinian and shoot him in the shin and shatter his leg, and then laugh about this is what we do to stone throwers, even if the guy wasn't a stone thrower. And that's very mild, by the way. So to be able to justify that level of inhumanity and brutality, I've come to the stage now where actually it's no longer even a debate. It's no longer even a discussion. If anyone wants to defend Israel, then I think you need your head examined. You need to go and get psychological help, and you need to get it done quickly, because you've become a walking corpse, quite frankly. You've lost your mind. If you today, now, seeing what you've seen, are going to justify that what Israel is doing, then the only rational explanation for me is that you've utterly lost your mind, that you have got some psychological disorder, one could argue that your heart has become so darkened with evil that actually evil seems reasonable and good to you, which is one of the conditions that Allah says in the Quran of the person who commits sin over and over again, that the heart becomes so darkened that even their evil deeds seem fair and just to them. So, but you need your head examined, quite frankly. I don't think it is a debate at all. It's not a discussion to be had anymore. It's now just plain and open mass murder, mass killing, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and it's being televised second by second. And it's something that is just utterly stomach turning, quite frankly. But anyway, I think let's move on to the discussion, because it's a passionate discussion, a very hurtful discussion. And we've seen this brutality now over and over and over again. And it doesn't matter whether it happens to a Jew, or it happens to a Christian or an atheist, or quite frankly, a Muslim, or even a cat or a dog, let alone a human being. Anyone who shows that lack of humanity to a fellow living thing, in my view, has already died. They're just a walking corpse, quite frankly, because you have to be so utterly lost, quite frankly, mentally, psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, that you're in a very, very dark place. But anyway, we're going to get Michael on first. Michael, just give me a quick thumbs up. You're a regular, so I'm sure everything's fine. Michael, welcome to the stream.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How are you doing, Michael? I thought I'd give you a bit of time before getting you on, because you were getting all your pillows and everything ready, getting comfortable.
I was trying to get the lighting different here, but
it really brings out your features really well. You've done a good job there, Michael.
Well, that's the last thing you want is my features.
Well,
probably.
It's nice to have a clear picture. How are you doing anyway, Michael?
I'm doing great. How are you all?
We're doing very well. Shall we start with the Shahada, Michael, or do you want to ask a few more questions?
No, I don't want to be a hypocrite.
You don't want to be no problem. So what's your question for us today, Michael?
Well, my first question was on Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa on the Druze.
Right.
You guys are talking about genocide. And then, of course, you brought up a whole lot of stuff, and I had a million other questions that came along with that, or maybe some information as well. The term gooks originated after the Spanish-American War, when the Filipinos revolted against the American empire in the Philippines.
What do the American soldiers call the Vietnamese? What do they call them? What was the name for them?
It was gooks.
Oh, it was gooks. Okay,
yeah.
so I thought I might have been wrong, but okay.
But the term existed before that.
Okay, well, that's to be fair, Michael. To be honest, you know, whoever used it, whether it was Americans or somebody else.
Yeah, no, it was Americans in the same term for the Philippines.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They revolted against us, and it was mostly the Muslim Filipinos in the south, the Moro, I think. They're kind of still fighting to establish an Islamic state in the southern Philippines. But any Asian could technically be called a gook. But it is a derogatory term, obviously.
Presumably, I would probably qualify as well. I probably meet the criteria. But what was the question that you had? You said Ibn Taymiyyah's opinion about the
Druze.
The Druze,
being apostates and that they should be killed.
Right.
So interesting that there's a genocide going on within Israel, Palestine. And most of the Druze, as I understand it, still live in Israel and actually fight for Israel. I guess there's maybe some up in Lebanon and Syria.
Yes.
But if the Muslims were to take over the area and recreate, or I don't think there's ever been an actual Palestine state, but if they were to rule by Islamic law, would they then genocide the Druze?
So the Ottomans ruled that area for many centuries, Michael. Were the Druze there at the time?
I would believe so, yes.
Did they wipe them out?
No, they didn't wipe out the Yazidi as well, but they tried on several occasions. I mean,
to commit genocide and wipe them out.
Right. And the Israelis aren't going to wipe out the Palestinians here either. I mean,
no, but I'm just saying, I'm interested in, so there's a couple of things I'm interested in. Number one, so you've brought up something that you feel is somewhat comparable to what we're seeing, or excusing what we're seeing, or everyone's doing it, so it doesn't matter. What's your actual point behind what you're saying, basically?
The point is, I guess, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorism. One man's genocide is another man's cleansing the earth of evil or whatever. Not that I think the Jews are claiming they're cleansing the earth of evil by killing the Palestinians, but I think there's some hypocrisy in the theory of it all.
Right. So I'll let Ijaz inshallah start, but I would say this is the difference between believing in God, having what you would deem as objective morality when it comes to dealing with such things, and from a purely atheistic point of view. Because from a purely atheistic point of view, you're right. A genocide could be spun in something to be quite positive, in fact, from a completely godless point of view, because the reality is, if it is truly survival of the fittest, then one could justify it actually quite rationally and say, well, look, my community are stronger, more intelligent, and more successful. These people are a drain on resources. They're taking our water. Why should we allow them to have those resources? And you could justify it very easily. I think from an Islamic point of view, I think you would not only absolutely struggle, but you would find profound, I think, explicit teachings that would prevent you from committing such an act. Like, for example, when you say Ibn Taymiyyah, our law does not come from Ibn Taymiyyah, a scholar, or from any other scholar for that matter, or how people may have interpreted his text, for example. Our law comes from the Quran and from the Sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And there are explicit teachings of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that you are not permitted to target children. You're not permitted to target women. You can't chop down trees. You can't kill animals. And this is on a battlefield. And again, as I said, let Ijaz come in there. But if you look at the works, for example, of Karen Armstrong, the British historian who was an ex-nun, And when she talks about historical Jerusalem, or talks about historical Christianity and Islam, her own words, and to quote her, between what the Crusaders did in Jerusalem and what the Muslims did in Jerusalem, she said, the difference is chalk and cheese as to what was done by one as opposed to what was done to the other. Now, I'm not saying every Muslim throughout history has abided by the laws or has been a good person. There are undoubtedly going to be, for 14 centuries, examples out of billions of people, some people who may have done some horrible things. But there is something called a general rule, and there's something called, legal principle that you can turn to when matters might be discussed. And then there is complete ambiguity on the subject. So when Dick Cheney was asked about Iraq, he said, and I quote, the reason we've gone into Iraq is irrelevant. It was in the American interest. We could not have a person like Saddam Hussein holding America to ransom. You understand? So he justified it. That, it's irrelevant why we went in. It's in our interest, basically. So you could do that from a purely godless position. I would say from a position of theism, person who believes in God, believes in morality coming from the Creator, I think you'd actually really struggle to find any explicit teachings that would give you the green light to do that. But I'll let Ijaz start, inshallah.
So the fatwa of Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam, does not teach that the Druze should be genocided at all. I'm just looking it over, and I don't see that. But there's a specificity that the leaders and the teachers of the group, that the had punishment or the punishment within the Sharia needs to be carried out by the Imam that is in their region, the authority in their region where they live. So the reason for this is that from his perspective, and I think the perspective of Muslim scholars throughout time, is that when the group of the Jews emerged, they emerged as Muslims out of Islam, and over time adopted their teachings as time went on. But in their emergence, they claimed to be Muslims, and his perspective was that they should not be considered to be Muslims because of their beliefs, that they should not be given the burial rights of a Muslim, and that the rights and responsibilities of a Muslim are not upon them because they are explicitly not Muslims and they've left Islam. So he left the punishment to the authority, which is the general case in Islam. So the fatwa of any sheikh, especially when it comes to the had punishment, the punishments within the Sharia, this is limited by what the authority, the sultan, the president, the king of that region decides to do with that group of people. But it is not the case that genocide is ever permitted in his fatwa. If you've read a phrase in there that gives that impression, I would ask you to mention that to me. But
sure.
General, yeah.
If you go to Islam QA, right?
Yep, I have it in front of me. If you want me to read the sentence, I would. Rather, they should be killed wherever they are found. Is that the phrase that you're looking at?
They are heretics and apostates whose repentance
cannot be accepted.
Rather, they should be killed wherever they are found, and they may be cursed because of what they are.
And we go towards the end. It is haram. It's the third sentence from the bottom of that fatwa. It is haram for the Muslim authorities to neglect to carry out the had punishment that Allah has enjoined by whatever means they, the authorities, see fit.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's the authority to carry out the had punishment. The had punishment, like I said, it is not up to each individual like you or me if we were part of that army. There is a process. He's saying that from his perspective, repentance cannot be accepted from them because they lie or they have dissimulation, but it is up to the authority to determine the course as the authority see fit.
I'm not claiming a vigilante genocide. I'm saying if, let's say, Hamas were to win the war and take over the area of Palestine, and people made their bayas or declared allegiance to
allegiance.
whoever the head of Hamas is. And he said, okay, now that we're in control, there's these guys over here, the Druze. Here's their apostates, they're heretics, they're blah, blah, blah. We need to start killing them.
So it doesn't work that way. So just to be clear with you,
Okay.
it can't work that way because again,
Well,
the fatwa of a scholar, just to be clear, the fatwa of a scholar for his time and age does not apply to our time and age necessarily.
Okay.
It's not as if there is a necessary that they have to abide by this particular fatwa or any fatwa. To be clear with you, it is up to the authorities to determine how they want to rule their people. And as an
Sure.
example
I'm
of
not
this,
saying
we
they-
know as an example of this, Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa, he compares them with some of the people who are Shia. And so on this basis, we know that the
And the-
Shia
and the
people
Alawites.
live, they live in Gaza, just to be clear, and the Palestinians are allied politically with some of them, and no harm comes of them. So if
Sure.
on that basis, we can't say or we can't imply that they would harm them because they are under
Okay.
our protection and guardianship.
Understood. Can we think that they might do that?
Michael, that's
No,
ridiculous.
No, you
Would not
can't.
be
You
permissible.
can't think that. You can't think that.
Why
It
not?
would not be
I'll
permissible.
tell you why. I'll tell you why
allowed
not. I'll tell you why not. I'll tell you
Okay.
because we
So-
have rules. Because we actually one of
But
the
you-
things I'm
Abbas
explaining
just
to you. You
mentioned
asked
people
the
break the rules.
question. You asked the question. Can
Okay.
we think why? Is it a possibility that they might do this? And I'm telling
Yes.
you no. And you
Okay.
want the reason, or you're not interested in the reason?
No, go ahead. But obviously we can think that
Yeah, you can
might
think.
happen.
You can think
I
there
mean,
are blue elephants on Mars. It doesn't make it like an actuality.
Sure, those
you
are
can
two
think what
different
you
things.
like. Yeah,
Thinking
that's fine.
of
If
a
you're going to-
possibility doesn't
one
make the
second.
possibility real.
If
But
you
go
want to
ahead.
think that there's a possibility that these brown people who happen to be in the Middle East, who call themselves Muslims, are these savages who go around doing barbarism because that's obviously we're the superior race and these guys are inferior, and obviously they're very barbarous, which is why they need to be annihilated and genocided. And we're quite happy with that because we have a pretense that we are the civilized people of the world and we follow international law. But actually, no, the reality is the Palestinians aren't the only things being killed here, the only people being killed here. There are other things that are dying here. One of the things that are dying is the claim of the West to be morally superior to the other people of the world, the claims of the West to be followers of international law, the claims of the West that they have some sort of authority to or give themselves an example of how other nations should live. These things are dying a death. We see the hypocrisy. We see the reality of the matter is that the West will kill and annihilate anyone for any reason. Be that cobalt in the ground, they will make children dig it out with their bare hands so they can have a phone every day. Be that oil, they will invade countries under pretexts and kill millions of people just because they want to secure that resource. Be that democracies in other countries that they don't like, they claim to be supporters of democracy. They will destroy democracies because they don't like who's been voted in, just like they did when Hamas was voted in. And the first thing that happened was sanctions. They sealed off the area, prevented anything from going in, minimized the calorie and literally put them on the whole people under siege. Now, and then you bring up this question. I think I can read this fatwa and I can make it look like you guys are genocidal. There's theory and then there's reality. There is a genocide happening right now in Palestine. Right now. All of the Western leaders are smiling and happy about it. They pretend when they come onto their podiums that they are trying to do, we are these wonderful people and we're trying to prevent terrible things from happening, voting against ceasefires, voting against US resolutions, vetoing anything that may bring actual peace to the nation. And you look back and you think that you can bring something historical that might suggest that Ibn Taymiyyah, may Allah bless him, you're taking his words and you're saying that this means that actually the Muslims could genocide them. Abbas gave you the answer in the first question. Throughout the rule of the Muslims in that land, the Druze were there, the Alawites were there, nothing happened. They were not annihilated and genocided. So no, you can't think that because we have rules and we are actually a rule-based religion, a rules-based way of life. We do say that Allah says in the Quran, and we're taught to say that do not let a hatred of a people lead you to injustice. Now, I think it's very clear. Now, but if you want to come with this, I've got to think of some way to make you guys look terrible, then I think we're wasting our time. I really do think that, because every time that you come on, unfortunately, I don't see sincerity, Michael. You seem to be searching, but I don't know what you're searching for. Yes, we are Muslims. No, we are not evil people inherently.
Right. And
okay,
I'm not trying to imply
if you're looking at everything in that way, then all our conversations are going to end up like this.
I'm trying to look at the religion overall. It's
ruling. Are you?
Yes.
So tell me what the religion says about killing innocents. Tell me, please, about that.
Well, there's hadith, the 19th book of Muslim, 43:20 says, don't kill women and children. 43:21, when asked about the killing of the women and children of the polytheists of the night during the night raids, Muhammad said they are from them. So you have a
what does that mean? So exactly, this is what I mean.
Well, this is Abbas said. I'm glad he said target.
This is exactly what. But thank you for making my point. Thank you for making because you did exactly what I said. I knew you were heading this way. So you made it clear that we're not allowed to kill innocents. Very clear. Then you talk about an incident that happened, and it's explained as well. And you want to try to give the impression that this is fine. You can kill people who are innocent and happen to be there. So you give what you do is you speak as the other nation that you genocided, not you, the Westerners genocided, who are the American Indians. The true natives of the land who have the right to, if they're going to be called Americans, anyone else, everyone else who's European, Asian, European American, like the white Americans, they are European Americans, and they should go, and they are not natives. But it's interesting that whenever we get people who invade other countries who happen to have white skin, they either they name that themselves as people who naturally should be there. Now, the Native Americans who were genocided, this is what they said: you speak with a forked tongue, Michael.
Forked tongue, yeah. That's the first thing I thought of when you started.
That's exactly how you speak
with forked tongue.
Absolutely, you're speaking with a forked tongue. You know the rules exactly. You know the rules exactly. You know how Islam approaches this, but you want to give an impression now by looking at there was an incident where a woman was found on the battlefield, dead in the time of the Prophet. Even though she was in military gear, she was a fighter from the other side. The Prophet said this one should not have been fought. Peace be upon him. He said this. Islam is a beautiful religion. We have standards. We don't have that. We're not like the West who talk about standards, but they will kidnap people from countries, and they will take them to the middle of nowhere where international law can't be enforced or applied. And then they will change the term. We're not going to call them prisoners of war. No, because that's illegal to have prisoners of war, and you don't. We're going to call them
enemy combatants.
Combatants. We're not going to call it torture. No. Torture is bad. What we're going to call it? We're not going to, because why torture is bad? We don't like torture. What we're going to do is we're going to call it
interrogation. Enhanced interrogation. Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, you make euphemisms. Sure. You make euphemisms to justify the violence and the terror and the thing that you do, and you think that people buy it. We know that when the Western politicians stand and speak, we know they are lying, because actions speak louder than words. Now, you want to see action speaking loud? Then look at when the Muslims came into Jerusalem, what happened, and look at when the Christians came into Jerusalem, what happened. Look at Palestine when it was ruled by the Muslims, and look how Palestine now when it's ruled by the Christians and the Jews.
So could I just interject for one moment?
Please go ahead, please.
Because I would like, is this the hadith that you're referring to, Michael?
Correct.
Okay. Do you mind reading the chapter title for me?
Permissibility of killing women and children in night raids, so long it is not done deliberately.
So what happens in night raids?
Sure. It's collateral damage. That's what we call collateral damage.
So is that intentional or not intentional?
No, it's unintentional.
Is it,
as I was trying to say, Abbas said,
one second. Is it permissible in Islam to kill women and children?
Yes.
The answer is no.
Okay. No. The answer is it's not permissible to target the women and children. It is permissible to kill them.
Here, my question again: is it permissible to kill women and children?
If done accidentally, yes.
But if it's done accidentally, you don't intend to do it, correct?
Correct. That's the-
If you don't intend to do
accidental.
it, it's not intentional, right?
But you did kill them.
Yeah, but it's unintentional.
Michael,
I
can you not see
understand
the
that.
difference?
I
Michael,
agree
can you
with
really
that.
not see the difference between the two?
I totally see the difference between intentional and unintentionally.
So,
So
so,
if it's
so
on
is
it,
there,
one
is
second.
there- no, hold on,
One second.
Ijaz. Is there a moral equivalence between the two, or are they drastically, completely different?
They're drastically different.
Okay,
Thank
so that being the case, it should no longer be a problem, then, should it, Michael?
Well, I never said it was a problem. My problem is when Muslims say
What?
you can't kill women and children. That is
Hold up.
not true. You can accidentally kill women and children. You can. So,
Michael,
so the,
I go back to
I don't know what's funny
Imran's
about that.
point. You're talking with a forked tongue, unfortunately.
no,
Yeah.
there's two different concepts.
Because Michael, we as adults here,
Right.
we recognize that during warfare, there is always a chance that you may kill an animal, you may kill a human being, you may kill a child, but you should make every attempt not to do that.
Could you just could he
please.
just read that for me? The messenger of Allah did what? Did he permit or forbid it?
It is narrated by Ibn Omar that a woman was found killed in one of these battles. So the messenger of Allah forbade the killing of women and children. See, now that's inaccurate. He forbade the intentional killing of women and children.
Oh, Michael, you're really grasping at straws.
Yeah.
You're desperate.
This is sad.
This is really sad.
That's just a fact. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That's
the way.
fine. This is when I was talking about euphemisms.
It's like,
when I was
so for
talking about
instance-
when I was talking about euphemisms, how the West speaks, they are there's a televised genocide, and the
Okay.
fig leaf which the West are hiding their nakedness with is this same fig leaf. Oh, it's not
Okay.
intended.
So,
Yeah, no, it's
so-
not intended. Yeah, I know that we were bombing
for instance-
2.4 million people in a concentration camp, but we're not intentionally. We're just trying to get the bad guys. Come on, man. There's a city of tunnels underneath this strip of land. There's a whole city there. If you go there, they've got Starbucks down there, and they've got the Eiffel Tower down there as well. I mean, it's a huge, massive city. Oh, and they make bombs down there as well. And what we ask them to do, we're very moral. We're the most moral army in the world. What we do is we ask them to shuffle up a little bit. Can you just go down, because we're going to blow up this place, and we don't want to injure you accidentally. And they've herded them all into a place, killing tens of thousands on the way. Herded them.
Right.
Also, all the while they're getting the green light from the Western powers, and now they're attacking and killing these people who are trapped in this area. Oh, we're still trying to get the bad guys. We haven't found them. We haven't found any tunnels either. But we look for evidence afterwards, just like we did in Iraq. Weapons. I'm sure the weapons of mass destruction will be found somehow. This is how you guys talk, the Westerners. This is how you do it. You're happy to go in and annihilate people down to the last person, while still claiming to be moral, while still claiming that you have some ounce of decency with you, while still claiming that you are followers of any type of law, international or otherwise, and you haven't got that. And the worst thing is what's the reality of it? The reality of it is that there are Christians who are Zionists who want to bring about the return of Jesus, and there is the thought that this is the way to do it. So they, for hook or by crook, they're going to support Israel no matter what it does. And we, as our teaching, I'll tell you what our teaching is. Prophet, peace be upon him, said that if you have so support your brother, whether he is the oppressor or the oppressed. And the companion said, yeah, O Prophet of Allah, we understand that if your brother is oppressed, that you would support him. But how could you support the oppressor? And the Prophet, peace upon him, explained it is by stopping him from his oppression that you support him. And what do we have? What do we have here? We have the opposite way around. Impunity. We will prevent anyone touching you. You do what you want. This is the message that has been given. You do what you want. International Court of Justice, clear that this is very likely to be, or there is a case to be answered for genocide. Why? Because the statements are very clear. Equations to Amalek, wiping them out, sending them into the sea, oddly enough, using the phrase themselves, the Zionists using the phrase themselves, from the river to the sea, but preventing the Palestinians from using that phrase themselves, because this is somehow indicative of a genocide, when the other side is committing the genocide, who are allowed to use this phrase. The hypocrisy is just galling. But Michael, the Muslims are bad, Michael. We are terrible. We are absolutely terrible, Michael. No problem.
Listen, I'm not a huge supporter of Israel. I don't support Israel.
You don't have to. I'm not talking about your support of Israel.
Okay.
And I'm not interested if you're supporting them. I'm not interested in it. I'm talking about your use of language and your approach, your jaundiced approach to Muslims and Islam. Like in all of there's a million beautiful things, and you're going to find one thing that, you know what, maybe I can make this look bad. I'm going to quote this one.
Right.
And I think, I think we spent
there's no reason
with you, Michael, or more, and I think that's probably more than enough.
There's a hadith that Muhammad says, if you're planting a tree and you know the day of judgment is tomorrow, finish planting the tree. Obviously, it doesn't make sense, but philosophically, I'm all for trees.
No, it makes perfect sense. Actually, I'll explain it to you.
Not if the world's over tomorrow.
We are a people. We are Muslims. I'll explain to you. Muslims are a people of faith. We because Allah says that I am as my servant thinks of me. We are hopeful, even in the most dire circumstances. Why? Because ultimately Allah is in control. So what the message of that is, that you think it's about trees. This is the jaundiced look. It's actually about, no matter what circumstances you find yourself in, be positive and hopeful. And you see this in the Palestinians. They are clear. They are very clear.
But
there was one second. I'm explaining to you. I'm trying to, because you think it's about trees.
Already. I get hope. I get.
Do you get it? You don't get it.
I know the story of Job.
Because if you thought it was about hope, you wouldn't have mentioned trees.
Well, I didn't think it was about hope.
Trees because
you explained it to me. I got it.
So you're saying trees because it's the forked tongue again, because you want to ridicule something that is actually very profound and beautiful. Very profound and beautiful. And you see this by the Palestinians who are being genocided in a televised way around the world right now, who still are strong in their faith and are giving us an example of what truth appears to be. And we see there are hundreds of people becoming Muslim all the time because of the what's happening in Palestine. But Michael, I think it's been interesting.
No, I'm going to give Michael a chance, even though we passionately disagree with your take on things, Michael. I don't want to make it seem like we're not giving you an opportunity to make your point. But before you do, Michael, in England, I'm sure you have sayings like that. In America, maybe you have the same saying that we have here. The proof in the pudding is in the eating, right? Islam's been around for 14 centuries, Michael. And there are masses of history that have been recorded, not just by Muslims, by non-Muslims as well. And if you look at, for example, the example of Salahuddin, when Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, he enters Jerusalem, okay? We have an armored carrier in England that was named after Salahuddin. The British Army were taught about the example of Salahuddin as a person who conquers, and the behavior, the humility, the humanity that he showed the people that he conquered, okay? And that example is given by non-Muslims, and it's recorded in as motivational and inspirational teachings for even non-Muslim armies, that when you conquer a land, this is an example, right? When you look at as I said to you, British historian Karen Armstrong, if you look at, for example, when Umar Khattab, the second Caliph, takes over Jerusalem, he's given the keys of Jerusalem. And when he visits the church, they say to him, you can pray here. And he says, no, if I pray here, tomorrow the people will claim that Umar prayed here, and they will want to turn this into a mosque. So he moved a certain distance and he performed his prayer there, where today stands the Masjid of Umar, the Mosque of Umar. This was to protect the sanctity, the rights of the Christian.
Sure. Give me like 5 minutes.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no problem at all.
I think Michael sounds busy, so I think we should let him go.
Well, no, we'll let him come back and finish the discussion.
Okay.
But if he needs to go, that's fine. We'll get somebody else. We'll let you back on, Michael, if you come back on again. Don and Sean, if you have your cameras on, I can get you on. Otherwise, I'm going to get Pastor Sean. Can I have your camera on? I need to see you. Okay, I'm going to get the pastor from Africa on.
Okay. Hello, guys. God bless you.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, bro. It's been a nice day today. God bless you guys.
Pastor Jason Burns.
God bless you.
Pastor Jason Burns, I don't want you to get burnt again on the EFDawah stream. So please come up with something a little bit more robust.
Well, if you'd organise a proper debate where it's and you keep to the topic rather than equivocating, then I'd be good. But you won't organise a debate, guys. So.
Well, organise a debate because you know what it is. We want Ijaz the Trini to be debating Dr. Brown and the big boys, basically.
Yeah, but don't forget, Muhammad never had that attitude, like you said, big boys. Muhammad couldn't read and write, he was with ordinary people, so you should be willing to debate ordinary people. I won't get too high up like that, No,
it's not about getting high. It's not about getting high at all. But
it is. Keep humble. Be humble, anyway. Abbas. Be humble. Be humble, brother.
I'm sorry for being very arrogant. So what do you have for us in store today? What new?
The night journey in Surah 17, verse 1.
Right.
Can I read it?
You can do, but I mean, rather than read all of it, why don't you just give us the what you feel about it? And,
well, it's only one verse, so it's only short.
All right,
it says,
Go ahead.
Holy is he who took his servant by night from the sacred place of the worship, in brackets at Mecca, to the remote house of worship, in brackets at Jerusalem, the precinct of which we are blessed, so that we might show him some of our signs. Surely it is he who is all hearing and all seeing. But as you know, the Arabic Mecca is not in there, in the original Arabic. And it's not Jerusalem that's in the original Arabic. So how do you get the interpretation that it's the night journey of Muhammad?
Very good question. Very good question, Pastor. Very, very good question, Pastor Jason Burns. And I'm going to let Ijaz answer that, but it's a very simple answer. But Ijaz, I'm sure, will say it very eloquently and in much more detail than I can do it justice.
Won't, but the answer is quite simple, Jason. This is how the Prophet ﷺ taught us to say it.
Exactly.
And within the Islamic tradition, there is no other masjid with the title of Masjid al-Haram, and there's no other masjid with Masjid al-Quds in the Quran.
Yes.
So, I mean,
it's very
Sorry,
self-explanatory.
could you say that again? Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'll just turn the fan on. Sorry.
No problem.
Could you say that again, Ijaz, please?
Sure. That the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ didn't leave us the Quran in a vacuum. He taught us exactly what the Quran meant. And within the Quran, there are ayat which are qata'i, which means that they are definitive in their meaning. And this is one of those ayat. It is indisputed within the Islamic tradition that the primary meaning of these terms, Masjid al-Haram and Masjid al-Quds, that this refers to the Masjid al-Makkah and the Masjid in Jerusalem.
Okay, so I've got some questions then. I appreciate that. So the first thing is when it says, holy is he who took his servant, I'm going to give you a scenario and maybe you could critique it, say it's not correct. But I'll give you a scenario. Holy is he who took his servant. I'm just suggesting
your voice is breaking
that could be...
Jason, just turn your camera off because your voice is breaking up. It might help the bandwidth a little bit.
Yeah, I can't hear his sentences. It's really broken.
Yeah, just turn the camera off and then...
Okay.
You might want to turn it back on.
Can you hear me?
Jason, is that a picture of you? Because it looks a lot older than you.
It's William Tyndale.
Sorry, I'm just joking. Just a silly joke. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah, much better, actually.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's a delay now.
Okay, so I'm giving you I'm giving you a scenario. Holy is he who took his servant. The word servant there could be interpreted as Israel. By night from the sacred place of worship. So the Arabic for mosque, the root word, doesn't necessarily mean a building. It can also be a place of worship. So Israel, only he took his servant Israel by night, because Israel left at night, to the sacred place of worship, to the remote, and it's not house of worship. The Arabic is the same as place. So Moses was taken at night, and they were taken to Mount Sinai. And what clinches, I think, the interpretation or possible interpretation is verse 2. Why would you have the night journey in verse 1 and then suddenly change it to Moses in verse 2? And so the verse 2, we gave Moses the book. Now that interpretation that I'm saying would be better, a possibility better than the interpretation of saying it's a night journey of Muhammad.
Yeah, Jason,
the other thing as well, if you look at the hadith, if you look at all the hadith, it's okay.
I want to do this verse by verse. It is not my opinion or your opinion to interpret what the Quran means, because we have the Quran from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like I said, these ayat are qati'i in their meaning. It is indisputed in the Islamic tradition. I can't now somehow create a vacuum around it and interpret it as I wish. There is no such freedom here. And secondly, I don't know how to tell you this, but please, just hear me out here, Jason. Your grasp of the Arabic language, I have to tell you right now, Masjid al-Haram, throughout the entire Quran, only refers to one thing. And Masjid al-Quds, in the Quran, these are the words, only refer to one thing. And the word here, just to be clear, you think it doesn't mean house or place, but it says masjid literally in the Arabic, with the preposition illa, meaning from somewhere to somewhere else. It says min and illa, from somewhere to somewhere. So we know with certainty that it does not have the interpretation that you have. So I would ask, why are you putting the Quran in a vacuum and trying to interpret it, where the interpretation outside of the vacuum is uniform, univocal, and undisputed? On what basis can you then proceed?
Okay, thank you. I think, first of all, your interpretation actually backs up what I'm saying. It's not a building. The original Arabic, you know the Arabic better than me. I don't know Arabic. But the etymology for mosque doesn't necessarily mean a building. Is that not correct?
This would be incorrect.
So in the Islamic tradition, but in the Islamic tradition, in the Hadith, they say it's from one building to another, not just place.
Jason, in the Quran, just to be clear, the word sujood has a distinct meaning. When you add the letter mim before it, for masjid, it literally means the place of sujood. I can't explain this any more than that, Jason, to say that your understanding of the Arabic or your grasp of it is incorrect. Sujood means what, Jason? Is that
your Arabic interpretation? If you look at the etymology, it has two ideas, doesn't it? It has an idea of place and it has an idea of building. And in the later tradition of Islamic theology and in the Hadiths, there's more emphasis on the building. But in the original Arabic, it's on a place. It's about a place. It's not about a building. Is that not correct?
So are you saying that? Sorry. The question is.
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Your interpretation backs up what I'm saying,
Jason,
and destroys the Islamic tradition.
Jason, I want to understand you. So you're saying that this refers to Moses coming out of Egypt? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm just saying that I'm giving a suggestion that.
1 second, Jason.
Here's my suggestion.
I want to understand you. Are you saying that this verse is applying to Moses coming out of Egypt?
I'm saying, can I just say that this is my thesis, right? The thesis is that the text with connected to verse 2
Sorry, Jason,
can be understood from a Jewish.
Jason, did you say
Can I
thesis
finish?
or did you say thesis?
No, is it
My thesis. My thesis.
Jason?
That,
Jason, 1 second.
can I finish my thesis and then you can critique it?
I'm asking you a question which you're ignoring, Jason, which is quite important. Are you saying that this verse is about Moses coming out of Egypt?
I'm saying it's a possibility. It's about Israel, or it could be about Moses. But my thesis is that can I just finish? Can I just finish, please? Dr. Imran, please, can I just finish my thesis?
Imran,
please.
You've got to let him finish his thesis, Imran.
Let me finish my thesis.
This is groundbreaking stuff, because you know what, Jason? I don't think anyone in all of human history has interpreted those verses the way you have. This is proper groundbreaking stuff. We need to hear it.
My thesis is that this is a Jewish context because it's connected to verse 2, which would actually confirm the Jewish context. And then what's happened is later Islamic tradition has slapped on through the hadiths, because the hadiths on this passage don't quote this passage like Ibn Ishaq, Bukhari, Malik. They're not quoting this passage. They're just giving the story of the night journey. So my thesis is that these are later sources used to overlay an interpretation of a Jewish context. And the Jewish context is what clinches it is verse 2. Because it doesn't make sense. Verse 1 does not make sense to suddenly change and move into verse 2.
Guys, Jason, let's get a little bit serious now. Now I'm trying to clarify your thesis, yeah, because you're missing some fundamental points, and unfortunately this is making you look not very good. And I want to try and help you to come out of this, yeah. First, I want you to tell me. So your thing that you're putting forward, the basis of what you've put forward, i.e. the language itself, is already refuting you, but we won't go into that yet. I don't want to understand what you're trying to say. So what you're saying is that this applies to the Israelites coming out of Egypt with Moses. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a night. It says, holy as he took his servant. That could be Israel. By night, that's what happened with Israel. They came out of Egypt to the place of worship. It's not Mecca. English translations put Mecca. That's not in the original Arabic. To the remote house of worship. It's not house. It's place. Not Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not in the Arabic. The precinct of which we are blessed.
Jason, you're not answering
the precinct is Mount Sinai.
Jason,
the precinct is Mount Sinai, so that we show him one of our signs.
1 second.
And the signs was shown was the Ten Commandments. The signs, the signs of the Ten Commandments.
Jason, you are allowed to.
Sorry, I muted him. I muted him just because Dr. Imran, he misread the verse and he changed the word. I want him to read it again for us slowly. Jason, I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to ask you to read it because you just changed 2 of the prepositions. I'm going to unmute you. Can you give us the translation that you're reading? I don't even know if he's listening. I'm going to unmute him. Jason, can you give us the translation you're reading and then read it slowly for us and not stop you when you're wrong?
Maybe this is Jason's own translation that he's done himself.
Jason, you've mixed up the.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 9. I've got about 10 translations, and it's all agreeing with what you're actually saying. If you're saying no, but if you're saying what you just said, it backs up what I've just said. But just final thing,
Jason,
and then I'll finish and you can critique it. Last thing, and then you can critique it.
To read the
verse. The hadith are
Jason,
not reliable. When are the hadith collected? What?
Right. So, Jason, that is irrelevant to the question I'm asking you. Please try to answer it. Please choose one translation and read it for us, the verse, please. Because you just said he took his servant to Masjid al-Haram. The text never says that. I'm going to unmute you. Read it again for us, because your entire thesis falls apart on not being able to read a single word. Right. One more time, Jason, read the first couple of words. Glory be to the one who took, and then just finish that phrase for me. Where did he take? From where?
Words that are not in the Arabic. all your English translations
Jason,
have added
Jason.
words.
Jason,
Oh my God.
All your English translations have added words. If you stick to the original Arabic,
Jason,
there is
for
no
God's-
Jerusalem,
Jason,
there is
for the
no
love of God,
Mecca.
Jason, just
You're
relax
using
a second.
hadith. No, you're
Jason,
using hadith.
I've muted you again, Jason. I've muted you. Nobody can hear you. You're not having a conversation. As soon as things get a little bit tricky, you go into nutcase mode. We can agree to disagree, but you have to allow the conversation to actually end somewhere. And what you're doing is you're just jumping all over. Ijaz has asked you a very specific question for clarity, for purposes of clarity. Can you please tell us which of the 10 translations that you're referring to? And can you please read the verse without talking about anything else? Right, I've just unmuted you. Can you please read the verse and give us the translation that you're reading?
It's an ad hominem attack, what you're doing to me. You're attacking me as a
Can you
person,
read the
not
verse?
dealing with the topic.
Jason, I've muted you. Please read the verse or you are free to leave. Thank you.
I've got
Jason,
more
can you read
than
the verse?
one.
Choose one.
I'm going to read.
Choose
I'm
one.
not
Give us
basing
the
this
translation.
on translations. I'm basing this on the Arabic. The English translations are interpolations. They've added words that are not in the Arabic
Okay, so
text.
Jason,
And
right,
if you
so
stick to
Jason,
the Arabic text, the Arabic.
Jason, I'm asking you to stick to the Arabic and I've muted you again. One more time, please try to have a conversation, Jason. Do not speak over me.
No, you're not.
Jason,
You're not willing
we're
to
sticking to the
engage.
Arabic text. Jason, we're sticking to the Arabic text. Please tell me
You're not willing
where
to
it says it
engage
takes
with
the
me.
move.
You've muted me about 9 times now.
Because
It's not
Because
fair.
you're reading over me. Because you're speaking over me.
No, you
I'm
can't
asking
mute
you
me.
if
You
you
can't
said
keep muting me.
yes, I
Engage with
can.
me. Stop
Yes, I
muting
can.
me and
Yes, I
engage
can.
with the scholarship.
Jesus
It's
said,
not based
yeah,
on English translation. It's based
Jason,
on the
please don't
Arabic.
interrupt me, Jason. Jason, I'm trying to have a conversation with you and you're not answering questions. If you want to have a monologue, go to your own channel. If you want to have a dialogue, that means twice between you and me, try to answer the question. You're making a claim, just to be clear, that you don't know Arabic, but you can't trust the translations. So we're asking you to choose a translation that you think on your understanding of the Arabic is correct. What translation is that, Jason?
Can I answer?
What translation? Yeah, give us the name of the
Can I
translation.
answer?
Don't have a name of the translation. Just say it's your own translation
No,
and
you
tell
have
us
to
your
do proper
qualification in
scholarship,
Arabic.
and the proper scholarship to exegete this text is to look at the etymology of the words. What is
No,
the
it's not.
etymology
This is
of
called
the
the
Arabic
fallacy of
word of
etymology.
mosque?
One second.
You've told us what it
You
is,
don't
which proves
interpret the
my
text.
point.
One
You
second.
actually proved my
Jason,
point, and you don't even
Jason,
realize
you
it.
never.
It's not
Jason,
about
at no point.
a mosque. It's
Jason,
about a place.
All
Jason,
right, Jason, I'm gonna kick you off the stream now, because this is just turning into a circus.
Yeah,
okay,
we did try. So
It's
just
turning
one thing
into
I
a
just want to explain. I
circus.
just want to. Can I just very carefully? So
I mean, it's just utter nonsense. Really.
it is utter nonsense. So there were so many things wrong with this that I don't even know where to start. Brother, all that we were trying to do was actually to get him to lay his thesis out and actually read the verses to support his claim. And apart from just speaking constantly, it wasn't me that kicked him, by the way. But anyway, the whole point here is actually it very clearly he's redefining terms completely. So but before going to the redefining the terms, you have to look at what is the claim being made. The claim being made here, this is actually about the Jews who are leaving, or the Israelites who are leaving from Egypt, coming to wherever they're meant to be going to. So the first thing, okay, what does the verse say? So the first thing that the verse talks about is the Subhanallah asra bi abdihi layla min al masjid al haram wa ila al masjid al aqsa. Yeah. Now, first thing it's saying is that it's talking about the fact that you're going from, who took his servant from. So the first thing is from min al masjid al haram. Yeah. So the masjid al haram. Now that is a specific term for a specific place. Okay, and the haramain, we know that there are two haramain, which is there are two things that qualify. So this is the Kaaba and the Masjid Medina. Yeah, this was obviously prior to the Hijrah. Yeah, so this event took place prior to the Hijrah. So there was no Masjid al-Medina. So this could only be referring to the Kaaba. Now, what first step that Brother Burns must do, Brother in Humanity, is he must show us a Masjid al-Haram in Egypt, from where the Israelites left. That's the first step. Then it says that they went to Ilal Masjid al-Aqsa, but we know that Moses never made it to Aqsa. They were wandering around in the Sinai desert for 40 years. Is that right, Brother Ijaz?
Well, Jason seems to think that Moses made it there, but the Israelites.
That's the whole point. So if you look at the verse, actually refutes him from the beginning. There is no Masjid al-Haram in Egypt from where the Israelites left. There would be evidence of it now, and the Israelites never made it to Aqsa, to Jerusalem, because it says specifically Aqsa. And they never made it there. They were wandering around the desert for 40 plus years. Now, the whole thesis, if just analysis of the thesis, it falls apart. Then when you get into the words themselves, it's a completely different thing entirely.
Well, my confusion here is that he's saying that scholarship is needed, but he rejects all the translations. Okay, you reject all the translations, but he's not qualified to read Arabic. He couldn't. And he said I would like anyone to go back and watch the stream. He says that he took the servant Israel, or Moses, because he changed it, to Masjid al-Haram. Right? If you read in the Arabic, the word there, min, is pretty clear, min and illa, right? He takes you from a place to a place, not to a place to another place. Right? So I think it's poor reading comprehension.
I think what it is that Jason's mixed up the terms between thesis and just making up a story. And he thinks just because he makes up a story, it becomes a thesis. And it requires a bit more evidence and clout, and it has to actually correspond to what the words are in the Quran itself. You can't come up with a thesis that go completely against the literal meaning that was understood for 14 centuries and explained by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as to the Mi'raj and what happened exactly, and he went to Jerusalem, and then the pagans decided that they would get some people who would travel to Jerusalem to ask the Prophet about aspects of Jerusalem, because they knew the Prophet had never been to Jerusalem. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet explains to us that he gave the whole image in front of his eyes of Jerusalem. And he explained to the Jews and the pagans minute details of the streets in Jerusalem and the buildings and what they look like, and details that even the people themselves would not have actually known. They would have had to probably go there and verify the details. Subhanallah. So there's a whole seerah, there's a whole hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, behind these verses. And the verses explicitly are talking about, as Dr. Imran said and Ijaz said, Masjid al-Haram, which is always, the Haram Sharif is always referred to in the Quran as the Kaaba in Mecca. And so, I mean, as I said, that's not a thesis, Jason. And then as soon as you start to scrutinize Jason on the details, he then throws a wobbly. And then he starts to, accuse us of not being fair and doing ad hominem attacks. We're just challenging what you're saying, Jason. That's not an ad hominem attack. That's just scrutinizing what you're saying. Right? We've got a couple of you guys backstage, but you need to have your cameras on so we can identify you. Once we've identified you,
could I just interject to say that it's interesting that Jason comes to critique Islam by ignoring all of the Islamic tradition, failing to read the Arabic himself correctly in the first place, misreading the English, because he said it was about Israel and then about Moses, so he was not sure about his own thesis, and then tries to determine for us what the text says. That's not a thesis, nor is that scholastic, Jason. You have to establish your basis for what the text is saying to begin with before you begin to interpret it, right? So by telling us that you don't know Arabic, but at the same time you looked up the etymology of the words, there's a different, by the way, this is known as the fallacy of etymology, right? When you look up the root meaning of a word and you ignore the morphology of the word and you say one is, you choose one and not the other. There's a reason that words change in their forms in sentences. So it's very specific, the form of the word here, that it is referring to an similar place. There is no dispute about this. So it's kind of like if I said Rasul in the Quran, it means some of the root word message, right? So the Prophet ﷺ must have been sent an email from Allah in order to be a messenger, or something like this, right? It doesn't work this way. It simply does not. There is an established meaning and tradition behind the word. For example, as masjid, we know what this is. Is there any dispute about what the word masjid is? No, there is not. And masjid al-haram, there is not. He might come and say, well, haram means a place of prohibition, so that could be a place anywhere of prohibition. But masjid al-haram, well, in this case, it means a noble sanctuary, a sacred place. But still, masjid al-haram, does that phrase, does that have any other meaning? No, it's a term. It's a very specific phrase. So even if you go to the etymology, you miss the trees for the forest.
And you know what, guys, what this shows, and I hope this shows even atheists and agnostics and people of other religion, this actually shows the veracity of Islam, because if these are the sort of silly arguments you have to try to make to somehow cast doubt on Islam, the Quran, or the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he's a pastor. He's a pastor, Jason Burns. He's in Africa. He's preaching the gospel. He's a person who says he's an academic, would like to have debates. He's read tons of books. Whenever he comes to Speaker's Corner, he comes with like notes, literally, like a telephone directory. For some of you who are as old as I am will know what a telephone directory is, but some of the younger ones, it's probably Google. But he comes with literally pages like that. So, he's a person who studies and he's preaching and he's teaching. And then he comes out with this sort of nonsense. So it just shows that if there was something really fundamental that could challenge Islam, then he'd come with that. But they come with these sort of silly arguments. Right, guys, there's a few of you backstage, but I need you to keep your cameras on. I will interact with you for a few seconds, and then I'll give you an opportunity to turn your cameras off. If you're not going to put your cameras on, then I will take you off the backstage, because it's no point clogging up the backstage when we have other guests trying to get on. Once it's full, we can't get anybody else on. So if you want to put your cameras on and quickly interact, and then we'll get you on. Otherwise, we won't be able to get you on. So please don't waste your time hovering in backstage if your cameras are permanently off, because we're not going to let you on. So you're just sort of wasting your time, really. So it does. I was watching some streams on a few channels, and some very interesting, very interesting historical points in terms of Christianity. I think Bart Ehrman has come up with a new book. I think it's called The Bible or something, if I'm not mistaken. I may have probably messed up the title there. But he goes into early Christians, and in early Christians actually not believing in Jesus as God. And I found that really, really interesting, how people who are literally at the time of Jesus referring to him not as God and not worshipping him, and how these things sort of develop over time. And I just wonder, why is it that when Christians, theologians and scholars, when they study this and they see this, why do they not find this problematic, really?
Well, I mean, there are many reasons for it. It depends on the group of Christians that you're speaking about. But I mean, all Christians would agree that by the time that Jesus arrived on the scene, the standard view was that no humans can be God in Judaism. Right? That's a standard view. Humans are not God, and God is not a human. So when Jesus first started teaching, his message does not deviate from that, even in the Christian reading of the text. You read the Gospel of Mark, the Gospel of Matthew. When Jesus begins to preach, his message is not distinctive from that which is already there, right? They might say some things about his reading of Isaiah, but we're never presented with what that is. Just to be clear, when Jesus goes to preach or people call him rabbi, at the very start, he's not teaching that humans can be God and vice versa. And so it's interesting because historians agree with this. Jesus was a Jew who, had a view for the apocalypse coming soon, basically, judgment, the end of the world, etc. So he wasn't teaching something distinctive theologically. Christians have to believe that at some point he did begin teaching something different. But even when you read the Gospels, it's left as a mystery, right? It's not something presented distinctly. And I try to ask myself the question, and we've asked this on the screen before, if Jesus has to take the average Jewish mind at that time in rural Galilee, in the region of Capernaum, how is he going, where does he teach the concept that man can be God? When does he introduce that? How does he explain it? How does he break it down? Does he convince his audience of this belief, this THIS, this belief? Because he has to convert them from one to the other. And it's a significant change. We don't see that. So it leaves a lot of doors open to speculation. But at the very foundation, we don't historically, even from the Christian tradition, see Jesus making that effort to dramatically change the foundations of Jewish belief. And if he did, for some reasons, the authors of the Gospels left them out. And we were left with later teachers trying to introduce logos theology, right? Jesus doesn't tell you that he's the word of God in the Gospels, by the way, right? Something as simple as that. That's foundational to logos theology. But we don't find that from the lips of Jesus. Who do we find that from? The anonymous author of John. So there are so many complications to this that Christians need to discern between what history says about their tradition, and what their tradition says. There are three views on this. Simply repeating what the tradition says does not mean that that's history's view of the tradition, or that is what history says. So it leaves it as a blank. It leaves it as a blank canvas for them to paint in the details as they want. But us as Muslims, we don't have to do this. Our God speaks definitively, and the message that he gives to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is definitive. We're not left asking these questions. Early Muslim groups were not asking the question, could Muhammad be Allah? Does Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam have the attributes of Allah? Could Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam be co-equal to Allah? And we don't find this ambiguity. So I put the question back to Christians. If Jesus truly cared about what we believed in about God, if he truly wanted us to have this transformation in belief from monotheistic, non-idolatrous worship to technically idolatrous worship, the worship of an image of the unseen God, then where is this, and how is this transformation seen in the Christian tradition? Simply assuming that this is the case isn't true.
I think there's some fundamental problems here, aren't there? Because we're being told by Christians that
maybe emotional.
We're being told that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one, basically, and that they are co-equal, and they are co-eternal. But then we're told at the same time, Jesus is eternally begotten. So
yeah, I mean, so they're confused because Jesus never says he's eternally begotten. We know that the term monogenes does not mean begotten, but one of a kind. So, it's a mistranslation using the later Latin transformation of the word custa unigenitus, right? There's that translation and its impact on the Greek. But, I mean, even Paul, technically, if we assume it's Paul, says that Jesus is the firstborn of creation. He specifies that. He is of the creation of God. And the creation of God is not equal to God in any sense.
Yeah.
Right?
And if God the Father is all powerful and the Son is not all powerful, then they're not equal. If God is all knowing and the Son is actually at times ignorant on things, nobody knows the hour, not even the angels in heaven, not even the Son, only the Father. therefore it's singling out the Father, singling out God Almighty. How is that co-equal? It can't be co-equal, right? And I think this is where the fundamental issues and problems arise. And I think this is why there was a poll done by the Christian Church, and they found that secretly a large number of Christians actually didn't fully accept this term of Jesus being God. And in fact, they believed him more as a messenger of God rather than equal to God in some way. But anyway, look, Sean, we're going to get you on next because you've had your camera on, but I'd like you just to switch it on for a second or two. Just give me a wave if that's okay, Sean. That's great. You can turn it off, mate, and we'll get you on next.
So I'll come back, inshallah. Give me a few
all right,
minutes.
no problem. Sean, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hi there,
I'm
Sean.
an atheist.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Lovely. Where are you tuning in from today?
Ireland.
Oh, Ireland. Lovely. Nice to have you. Welcome to the stream. And did you have a question for us?
Well, not really. I looked up on the free AI tool there all the bad things in the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
And there's loads of stuff in it.
Right.
But I was just thinking mainly, that war there in the Middle East there, Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, is it mainly to do with religion or is it politics? It's probably mainly religion, no?
It's probably got very little, if anything, to do with religion in reality. I'm not saying that there aren't a religious context for some people, but I think that many of the leaders in Israel themselves are agnostic or atheist, in fact. This is purely about land. This is a colonial project. This is a European project that has happened many times. It happened in the Americas. The Irish suffered greatly under the British rule. We're talking about famines and all sorts of things that were done to the Irish because they saw you lesser than themselves. In fact, in England, when my father first came here, there used to be signs on rooms to let and houses to let: no Irish, no dogs, no blacks. So it's a racism. It's basically land. It's occupying a land. It's taking over a land. And I think a lot of it is to do with that. So if you look at even Herzl, who is regarded as one of the main founders of Israel, you find that a lot of these people were irreligious. They weren't actually religious people, in fact. And you find, in fact, that this concept of creating a state for Israel, in many ways, was driven by other motivations, not religious, but the religious aspects were brought in to bring in an entire new group of people who were religious, you see. But if you look at the Orthodox Jews, they actually say that to form a state before the coming of the Messiah is an abomination. The Orthodox Jews, and many of whom are on marches with people who support the Palestinians, are saying that to form a state is actually not Judaism. It's actually something that is outside of Judaism. It's an abomination to even do this. And in fact, you'll find that many Orthodox Jews will openly say how things were relatively peaceful when they lived with the Muslims who were ruling Palestine, that they had their rights. And in fact, they will also confirm that Jews found sanctity while Europe was massacring Jews in Europe. They found sanctity in many Muslim countries, many Muslim lands. And there are great Jewish historians who've actually written about the fact that we are free, that we live freely here. Some of the great works, the golden age of Jewry, in fact, according to the historian, Westerstein, who wrote in the Jewish Chronicle, he wrote that, how Islam saved Jewry because Jews had their golden age in Andalus, in Spain, under Muslim rule. So, what I'm trying to say to you is that the people try to cite religion, and it's all about religion. In reality, it's actually a lot more than that. And I think many of the Western countries, unfortunately, because of influence from AIPAC and Friends of Israel and who have you, I mean, they spent over $100 million in America, for example, in effect, I would say, bribing politicians to make sure that they don't vote against Israel. And then you have the arms company who are making billions and billions of dollars out of these wars, these illegal wars, and these massacres. And they have a very, very powerful lobby that facilitates, encourages, and multiplies these type of horrific incidents. So I think it's very little to do with religion in reality, though. I think you'd find the ground roots are to do with other things other than religion.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably more 50-50, because there's the conservative Jews in Israel that are very pro getting rid of Hamas. The conservative Jews, like in government, I heard, they probably want to rebuild the temple. They want to destroy the Muslim mosque there, and rebuild the temple and bring back the Messiah or something. That's one theory I know. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in religion. That's one theory I heard.
When you go on to AI and you go Google, you want to Google some stuff, just Google how Israel supported Hamas, and you might find that quite interesting to read as to why they supported Hamas themselves. Why did they allow funds to enter into Hamas's hands? And why did some Israeli officials say that it was one of their biggest regrets to support Hamas? And when you read up about why they did it, you realize just how much skullduggery and how much, as I say, forked tongue speech has gone on. And the reason why they supported Hamas and allowed Hamas to get strong and grow, because the Palestinian Authority, whether you like them or you don't like them, whether you agree with them or you don't agree with them, they decided that perpetual conflict was not going to resolve the problem for the Palestinian people. Because you had Israel, that's a nuclear state, which has the backing of the United States of America, one of the biggest warmongering and genocidal countries, unfortunately. I'm not saying that they're the only ones. There are many other bad countries, and there are some Muslims who've done bad things in the history as well. I'm not claiming that somehow they are unique in what they've done, but they realized that they would not get a peaceful resolution by a resolution by entering into conflict with a nuclear power. So they tried to approach the United Nations and try to go through it through international law. And of course, Israel realized that this was going to be problematic. So it actually supported and propped up Hamas in order to destroy the peace process, because they were never interested in a two-state solution. Because if you look at their own words, things that they themselves have said openly, and you can go back to Benjamin Netanyahu even 20, 30 years ago, and some of the things that he said, and some of the things that their ministers have said and their rabbis have said, and it's open. It's no longer a secret. It's no longer a debate. It's no longer a conspiracy theory. These are literally things you can go and find yourself now that have been openly, widely said. The peace process was regarded as the peace offensive by the Israeli government, because peace would mean that they would have to make concessions, and they were never prepared to make concessions. They wanted this land in its entirety. And this is precisely what you've seen over the last 75 years. Palestinian territories and lands are shrinking and have shrunk now to just a slither of what was already a slither of land. And now the final assault is to make life a living hell for the people who are left. So when finally they force Egypt or bribe Egypt to open up the border, that they will have a mass exodus of people who are just escaping mass murder, mass killing, genocidal evil. And they will never let the Palestinian people ever in again. Ever. That was what they wanted to do. And that's what they've carried out. And the world can see it. The issue here is now, these are not really things that are even worthy of debate. Anyone who wants to enter into a debate about these things has lost their mind. And the reason why I say that so categorically is that you have senior Israeli officials, senior army personnel, the army officers themselves, while filming the genocide, confirming what the superiors have already told them to do. Their own words are condemning them to what they're doing. So for anyone now to claim that they're not, of course they're trying not to kill civilians, or that they're trying to just get rid of Hamas, you have to have lost your mind if you actually believe that. Because it would be like somebody who owns up to killing, say, 100 people. He says, yeah, I'm killing this person, and he's filming it all along while he's doing it. And then afterwards, you have other people claiming that this person actually didn't do it for the reasons that he said he did it. Does that even make sense? The very people are saying that they're doing these things, and then you've got other people thousands of miles away claiming that, oh no, but they don't mean that. Oh, but they're not doing that. They might be saying it. There might be hundreds, if not thousands of videos of them actually doing those acts that they're saying. There might be international, neutral parties like surgeons and doctors and NGOs who are in that area, who are also validating those claims that this is what's happening. And then you've got people thousands of miles away telling us, yeah, despite all that evidence and all the things they're saying and doing and filming, that's not what's actually happening. We want you to believe something else. I have a different theory. You have to be out of your mind, quite frankly, to make that claim. You have to be out of your mind to make that claim. So I don't know how you see it, Sean, but I think.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad. I mean, it's probably worse than the bombing of Germany. Well, to be fair, the Germans got pretty badly bombed. Kind of deserved it, though. I don't think the people in Palestine deserve it that much. I mean, Hamas,
Sean,
maybe.
But you see, Sean, I'm totally in agreement for German soldiers who are killing innocent people, who are targeting innocent people, who are bombing innocent people, that they deserve to be fought. And if it means you kill them, then you have to kill them. But the women and children being targeted deliberately, whether it was us or whether it was the Germans, we can't justify that in our religion. The deliberate targeting of women and children, non-combatants. We're not allowed to justify that. As a Muslim, I cannot justify if Hamas or Hezbollah or ISIS or any government or any people, they do that and they deliberately target innocent women and children and non-combatants. As a Muslim, I'm not allowed to condone that or accept that as a valid response. Even if the other people are doing worse to you, we have boundaries in Islam. We can't then just go and indiscriminately just wipe out and commit genocide on the people because they did some horrible things to us.
Yeah, but why did Hamas? I mean, I think Hamas did a bad mistake. I mean, I understand Gaza is a concentration camp, but I think Hamas kind of ruined it for that. I mean, I wish the Muslims were not as fanatical. Like, they didn't have like.
Sean. Let me
there's
ask
a lot
you a
of
question.
extreme things about anti-Jewish and the end of the world stuff in Islam.
Do you have parents, Sean? Do you have parents?
Yes.
Do you have? Are you married? Do you have children?
That doesn't mean I support Hamas. No,
No.
that doesn't mean.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question, Sean. Do you have do you have children? Do you have a wife?
No.
Okay. Do you have friends and other family members?
Yes.
Let's say that I came into your house and I took your family, your parents, your family, and everyone, and I shoved them into a garden shed. And I kept you there for 75 years. And I would periodically come and kill your children, starve you. I'd cut off your medicine.
But Abbas, can I just say something? Because
I'd humiliate you, and I would kill your parents, and you would lose 20, possibly 30 members of your family. If you then managed to get hold of a gun and you then came after me and you shot me, would you see that in the same light as somebody who just goes and indiscriminately kills your family and kills all your people that you know?
No, I totally understand why Hamas kind of did it, but to be fair, I think Islam has a big role to play. Religion has a big role to play. So I'm just saying Judaism and Islam and Christianity are all responsible for what's going on in Israel, because all the religions think that the end of the world is going to happen in Israel, and they all want to go there and take over it because it's the most important part of all the religion, and they're all killing each other because of Israel. So I wish that the Muslims were maybe less extreme Muslim, or hypothetically, let's say if they were all like Buddhists or something, I don't think they would be as badly treated from the Jews. Okay, hypothetically, let's say all the Muslims were atheists in Israel. I don't think the Jews, the extreme Jews, would treat them as badly, but I could be wrong, because I think the Jews are supremacist and they want the end of the world to happen, and they need to destroy the temple in the Mecca there, their mosque there, and they need to get rid of the Muslims.
Sean, just very quickly, Sean, we have to be careful with our terms. We don't use the word Jews because there are lots of Jews who do not support what Israel is doing. Our argument is not with Jews. Our argument is with Zionists and with the state of Israel. Our argument is not about Jews, because Judaism, and there are many, many Jews who are peace activists, many of whom have lost their lives protecting innocent people, whether it was in South Africa, whether it was in Palestine, wherever it might be. So we've got to be very careful with our terms. This is not a Jewish Muslim issue. This is Israel against the Palestinian people, many of whom are also Christian, by the way, Palestinians. So it's nothing to do, as I said to you, Sean, you're unfortunately coming to this with an assumption, an underlying assumption as to why these things are happening. But I would assure you that the evidence actually is very contrary to what you're actually claiming. Because Islam was in Palestine for over 1,000 years. Muslims have been there, and there were Jews living there, and there were Christians living there. In fact, did you know, Sean, that the most sacred church in Jerusalem, do you know who has the keys for that church?
The Armenians? I'm not sure. I don't know.
It's given to the Muslims, a family of Muslims, and they're the ones who are holding it for hundreds and hundreds of years. And do you know why they trusted those keys with the Muslims?
No.
They wanted to prevent conflict between the different denominations of the church, of Christians. And the Muslims faithfully held on to those keys for hundreds of years. So I'm not saying it was perfect. I'm not claiming that there weren't issues and problems along the way, but I can assure you that there are many Orthodox Jews who have noted that we were living in relative peace and harmony when the Muslims were in control of Jerusalem. And our second Caliph, Umar Khattab radiallahu anhu, he reintroduced the Jews into Palestine, into Jerusalem, because the Christians had actually completely wiped them off and taken them out. But our principle was always that this was a shared land, important to everybody, Christian, Jew, and Muslim. So Sean, what I'd like you to do really is maybe don't go on AI so much or Google. Learn some things from primary sources. I would say go to the historian Karen Armstrong. She's not a Muslim, by the way. She's an ex-nun. Read some of the things that she said and some of the things that she's written about of Muslim rule in that area. The difference is chalk and cheese. And when you say that the Israelis would not have done what they're doing to these people in Palestine because they're Muslim, firstly, some of them are actually Christian. And this is purely a European colonial project where they've gone and taken somebody else's land. I don't think it would have made any difference whatsoever what religion these people were. These people are brown, they're Arabs, and this white race that has come in from Russia, Poland, Hungary, and all of the many of the European countries have basically wanted this land. And they were powerful because they had allies like America and Britain, and they fully used their influence and their power as a consequence to commit the atrocities that they've committed. But you should perhaps go and do a little bit more research, but you're pretty much off the mark. But sorry, Doctor, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, Sean.
Yes.
You painted. I'm just sort of trying to get behind because I want to understand why you came on. Because you Googled some stuff about the Quran and it said lots of bad things in it. I mean, that doesn't really. I don't really know what that means.
Well, I looked for bad things and looked for bad verses.
I mean,
in the Quran.
I'm sure if you look for bad things in anything, you're going to find some website somewhere that will tell you something bad about something. It's not a way to learn about anything. You won't get anything accurate information because what you're saying is my mind is made up, and I want to confirm what my mind is telling me, and that's called confirmation bias. And that's actually a fallacy in terms of how you learn about things. But if that's the way you're going to go off, and first thing I'm going to do, Islam. Oh yeah, let me just Google. Tell me all the bad things about Islam AI. Then you're going to end up with the wrong end of the stick, and probably that's what you got. So you never mentioned any of those bad things, but you started off with that sentence, which didn't make sense to me. As an approach, that's not how you learn. If you wanted to study anything about anyone, so if I wanted to study Egyptians, I wouldn't go and tell me all the bad things about Egyptians. It's irrelevant. It's like trying to learn a language by learning all the swear words first. It's not going to get you very far. The other thing you did, which was, I don't know why you had that approach. That was my first comment. The second comment was that you seem to want to paint this thing as a religion thing, and you talked about Buddhists as if. Have you not heard of Myanmar? Have you heard of Myanmar?
Yes, I have.
What happened in Myanmar?
Yeah, the Buddhists and the Muslims are not going to fight each other.
No, that
could be Hindus as well.
No, that's not what happened in Myanmar. The Buddhists carried out a genocide against the Muslims in the area. The Rohingya. You don't remember that, or have you forgotten that?
No, I heard about it. All right, there's refugees.
Have you heard of Stalin?
Yes.
Famous atheist, yeah, one of your lot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, how many people did Stalin?
I'm not saying we're perfect, eh? No, humans are perfect.
No, that's not the point, Sean. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that all of your assumptions seem to be these talking points that are just flawed. The atheists, active atheists. I mean, Stalin killed tens of millions of people. Pol Pot, or whoever you want to name. There are lots of these atheists who set up societies that are probably the worst examples of societies ever set up in the history of humankind. The worst examples. And this is the problem when you get to atheism, because when it comes down to atheism, then really it's just about anything goes. You can decide what you want is right and wrong. So at the point that you're trying to make this is somehow religious oriented, religion is often used by those in power to carry out certain actions. Yeah. What you see in atheists, they also use atheism as a way to carry out what they want to do. and Stalin was like that. So none of these things are get you anywhere. The point is, why? What bothers you about it? Why are you worried about? I mean, you're an atheist, you said, yes?
No, I'm just worried that like this war in Israel could cause World War III or Armageddon, because
what's the big
all the
deal?
Christians.
I mean, yeah. So what? We've evolved from like nothing, right? There's no meaning in anything. We're not actually. We're just an accident, a cosmic accident, right? We're not actually human beings that have any value more than the amoeba does, which evolved for the same length of time, or the rock, which has been sitting there for probably millennia more than we have. What value do we have? Where do you get the idea that somehow this is an issue? You don't complain about the lions eating the tigers, the deer, or anything like that. So what's the difference between two species, a species interfighting and annihilating itself? What's the big? Why does it bother you as an atheist? Isn't that inevitable?
Well, I'm just worried that the religious people are going to kill each other and cause World War III. But yeah, I am worried about atheists, to be fair. Atheists are pretty bad too.
Yeah.
I'm just worried in general over the human race. But I'm probably more worried about religious people, to be fair.
Why?
Because religion is not scientifically correct, and it leads to a lot of incorrect beliefs.
Yeah, but why does something have to be scientifically correct?
Well, there's a lot of things in religions that are not scientifically correct that have been debunked using science.
So why does something have to be scientifically correct?
Why does it have to be scientifically correct?
Yeah, yes.
Well, science leads to progress, and if something's wrong, then it's bad, usually.
Is that the case?
Yes.
Why? Well, see, there's a problem here in your approach. So one you're saying is that science is the way to get knowledge, to learn about anything. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, prove that scientifically.
Using the scientific method. I'm not a scientist, sorry, but using the scientific method. I know it's not perfect.
Sean, I want you to prove to me that science is the way to verify anything, or that's the way that we have to use. Tell me why that's true. Explain to me what your evidence for that is, and give me scientific evidence, please, if you have any.
To prove that science finds the truth.
Yeah.
I don't know. The scientific method, all the reasoning stuff, all the stuff that happened there in the Enlightenment in Europe there.
Enlightenment in Europe?
Whatever, that time when they copied all the Muslim texts and all the Greek texts to become more enlightened, and then they rejected religion, Napoleon and all that.
So let me help you. So when the Western countries were being oppressed by the Catholic Church and there was the Inquisition ongoing, yeah, you heard about the Inquisition?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is when the Catholics and the Christians were annihilating anyone who said anything that was supposedly going against the Bible. This is the history of the Europeans and their history with religion. What they did to Galileo and what they did to Copernicus. Galileo, he was called to come to the Inquisition, and he tried to avoid it, and then eventually they put him under house arrest. He died under house arrest. And Copernicus, when he published his, unless I'm getting the names the wrong way around, Copernicus, he waited until he was in the last year of his life. He was very, very ill before he published his book, because he knew that if he published it before, he would be called before the Inquisition or imprisoned. And he waited for that time. And now this is European history. This is what Europeans did. And this is what led to the overthrowing of religion and the separating of the church from the state, because of your European experience. Now, the Eastern experience, the Muslims and everyone, we didn't have this experience with religion. We didn't have a battle between science and religion. It never happened for us. And what often Western people do arrogantly, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking generally, is that they superimpose their war between science and religion onto everyone. They're saying there's an inherent problem with science and religion working together, and that's just a completely false narrative. It was specifically something that the West made up because of their experience with the Inquisition, nothing to do with Muslims and Islam. And you seem to be running with this idea. What came out of that separation of dividing science and religion, because the scientists were called natural philosophers in the beginning, and they divided the science from the religion, and there was the people who were reading the works of Darwin, etc. They pointed out the fact that in their minds that religion and science are at war. This is the Western ideas, and what they did was they imposed it upon everyone else. And so now you have people have this general concept that science and religion are not compatible. But actually, if you look at Islam, the scientific method came from a Muslim. The scientific method came from a Muslim. Some of the greatest achievements in science were carried out under Muslims: mathematics, astronomy, you name it, without any problem, without conflict with the religion and the science. In fact, it was the religion that was spurring these people to look forward, because Allah was telling them in the Quran that whether you look into yourself or the horizons, you will see signs of the existence of the Creator. So this was an endeavor. This was a science. The work of science was a spiritual endeavor to discover more evidence of the existence of a divinely orchestrated, beautifully balanced universe. So the problem is that the West. This is a common thing now, that a lot of people from the West have this strange concept. Or Sean's left. Maybe he'll come back, but I'll just speak to the crowd generally so you understand that many people in the West have this strange concept that science and religion are at loggerheads, and that science and the state have to be separated. Why? Because of the Western hang-ups and Western problems with their history. You can't superimpose that on other people, because why? This goes against the reality of the situation. Some of the most brutal people in the world that have existed in terms of leaders and rulers. Sean is back. Let's put him back up. Some of the most brutal people that have been leading the world and carrying out the worst massacres have been atheists. 100%. They out-murdered everyone. So I don't really see this. What your arguments you're making make sense, and I don't understand why you're worried that this is a religious conflict, not the fact that innocent people are being killed. That's the thing. And I know Abbas spent a lot of time trying to explain to you why the Palestinians were resisting occupation, but there's no need to do that because why? It's blatantly obvious. Blatantly obvious.
And anyway, what I find concerning.
I understand the angle at which you were coming with, and I just wanted to point out some of the flaws that I thought that were within that. So there is no conflict between science and religion. Science is not the only way. You can't. A simple example. If you want to know if I'm in pain and how much pain I'm in, the only way for you to know that is to ask me. There's no measurement you can do. No measurement you can do that will tell you how much pain I'm in. Why? Because science, there's certain things that science cannot do. There's a framework of religion which it can't go outside of. It can't tell you about value. It can't tell you about meaning. It can't tell you about all of the things that matter, the whys of the world. It can tell you how a cake was made. It can't tell you why it was made. It can describe the mechanics of the human being to a certain extent, whatever knowledge it adds, but it can't tell you what the purpose of the human being is. This is why there are lots of issues with the reality of the people when they get to a certain age, particularly men in the West. The suicide rate is unbelievable, the highest in Europe. But that's all I wanted to say to you, Sean. I'll let you carry on with Abbas, and I think maybe there's other people waiting we can think about. Brother Ijaz, did you want to say anything at all?
Sean, did you catch what the doctor said, or just need to unmute yourself, Sean?
Yeah, I just lost my internet there.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with it, but I understand. No, I think there is a big difference between religion and science, but it's going to take me a long time to try and convince you.
Sean, when you disagree, can you give a reason as to what exactly that Imran said that you specifically disagree with, and your reasoned argument as to why you disagree with it?
Well, morals are subjective, I think. So I can make up a religion right now and claim that it is a God, and you cannot use science to disprove my God, because there's no way to disprove God yet. There's no scientific method that can prove that my God does not exist if I invent one now with the
So,
same
Sean, what
morals.
you're
Or
saying is that you're saying that morality, if human beings come up with it by themselves, then it becomes completely subjective. I would agree with you there. But if God exists from your perspective, obviously, and he comes with moral codes that we have to follow, would they still be subjective, or would they then become objective if they came from God?
well, yeah, obviously, but you'll need to use the scientific method to prove that there's a God. But science has never proven using the scientific method that there is a God.
So everything you believe in your life, you believe because you follow the scientific method. Is that right?
Well, morals, no, not really. Morals are deeper. I don't know what they are. You can use science to prove that
morals
there's good and bad.
Can't be
You can
argued from scientific
No, you can.
concept, right?
You can use science to prove good things and bad things in nature, suffering and all that.
How do you use science to talk about good or bad, which are, according to you yourself, Sean, subjective, completely subjective?
Well, you can have tests to see how much pain you're in and consciousness and all that stuff. That's what the vegans are all about: consciousness and pain and suffering and all that.
So is pain a bad thing, Sean?
Yes.
So when you have a bad infection in your mouth and your body goes through a lot of pain, and then the dentist quickly removes the infected tooth and gives you antibiotics, potentially saving your life, I would say that sort of pain is a really good thing to have, wouldn't you, Sean?
Yeah, but you could also have suffering that's good for you as well.
Right.
So a lot of religious.
You agree with me now, then, on that, then?
No, a lot of religious people say that sacrifice and stuff like that is good, and then there's atheists that say that suffering is good too, for growing, for learning, for becoming
Sean, let me ask
more
you a
adaptive.
question, Sean, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that you exist, Sean?
Yes.
Do you believe that the universe exists, Sean?
Yes. Or I could be wrong. I don't know.
Okay, so you could be wrong about the universe existing.
Yeah, I could be in a parallel universe. I don't know. I could be a Matrix. I don't know. Ghosts. Or, I don't know.
So you could be in some movie called Ghosts, where you might not. So effectively, you wouldn't exist then, right, Sean?
Yeah, I don't exist. I'm not sure. I don't know.
You're not even sure whether you exist, yeah, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then why are you even on this show then? I mean, if you're not even sure that you exist, what was the point of you even clicking the link and coming onto the show and talking about the issues that you've brought up? Because you see, Sean, I find this really, really unusual when people go to this level of skepticism about religion, where they start to question their own existence. And you know, the reason why I find it quite hilarious is that their entire life and everything they do it because they believe that they exist. They go and get educated, they go and get a job, they go and eat the salt beef sandwich rather than the chicken one because they prefer the beef that day, or they go for a stew, or they go for whatever. Why do they do that? Because they know they exist and they know that taste. I think I feel like having that today, so they go and have that. They know they exist. It's intuitive. It's completely undeniable, in fact. And that's how you lead your life. From when it comes to buying your phone or watching a movie, whatever it is, you know you exist because that's why you partake in the things that you partake in and the way that you do it. When suddenly we start asking this question about God, or potentially the existence of a God from your perspective, and then people start thinking, well, maybe I don't even exist. Maybe the universe doesn't even exist. I mean, I just find that astonishing, really. and it's almost living a lie, because you're living as if you exist and you believe that you exist. But suddenly when you have this conversation and you know where it potentially might lead, that you start asking the very fundamental question of your own existence becomes a potential problem for you. Don't you see that as being rather sort of, I don't know, I don't want to use the word hypocritical, but don't you see these sort of double standards there, Sean?
No, I was joking there. I'm just saying that you don't need to know if you exist to care about things and have feelings and all that. It's not important, really. It's just like,
so are you
morals,
joking or are you serious, Sean?
religion.
I mean, we're having a weird discussion here. Are you serious or are you just joking about existing?
Well, I don't know. In the future, we could find out that we're all living in a matrix or something and nothing's real, using the
Okay, so you're
scientific
not
method
joking.
to find out. So I'm
you're
not sure.
joking.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so you're not joking. You're serious about questioning your own existence then?
Well, our current reality. I'm not about all the question of God and religion using the scientific method. I don't think science has debunked a lot of things in religions.
So Sean, are you joking or are you not joking? Are you serious about not existing or are you actually joking about not existing? Which one is it? Because you're actually contradicting yourself now in literally 60 seconds. You're contradicting your position.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, okay, Sean. It's been really lovely having you. I just think, just on your way out, I just think that you have to really, one of the things to learn about when it comes to science is just to learn how science is done. So I would read about the things that underpin science, and what you can maybe go and look on the internet for is something called maybe the philosophy of science, the underlying principles of how science is. One of the things you can learn from that is where the limits of science are and what those things are that science cannot teach you. But Sean, it's been interesting talking to you. I wish you all the best. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Sean. Sorry, Justin, can I just Bob, I'm going to get you on next because you did have your camera on. Justin, if you could leave your camera on and we could just interact with you, I'll get you on after Bob. Bob, just switch your camera on very quickly for me again, if that's okay. You can turn it off before I get you live. Just give me a thumbs up, Bob. That's lovely. We're going to get you on now. You can turn your camera off, brother. Bob, welcome to the stream.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Bob.
How you guys doing, brothers?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you tuning in from, Bob?
I'm from England, UK.
Oh, you're from the UK. So,
yeah.
Bob, this is actually a non-Muslim stream, but now that you're on, what was it that you wanted to talk to us about?
I just want to ask you a question because obviously I'm a Muslim. Because if I'm talking to non-Muslims about something, they ask me about Islam, I do my best to answer them a question. But there's a few questions I struggle to answer them. So I'm hoping for you guys, maybe you know those answers, you can help me.
So
Dawah clinic, I think.
We have a stream which is dedicated to exactly what you've asked, which is called the Dawah Clinic.
Okay.
And you can ask any Dawah related question. We would be happy to have you on that stream. I'm just I don't think it's this Wednesday. Is that right, guys? Is it this coming Wednesday or is it the Wednesday? You've
got a couple of options, Bob. You can either send us the question via email. The email will come up on the screen in a second.
Okay.
Or come onto that stream. I'm not sure exactly when. The 6th of March is the next stream, which is in a couple of weeks' time. So if you email us, and we'll help you with a way of how to go forward, inshallah, and help with that discussion. But this really is a stream for non-Muslims. We're just trying to give them an opportunity more than this for you at the moment. So there's 2 streams we do for Muslims, and this is one is the Doubt Busters, which is on this Wednesday. You can maybe come on that and ask there, just phrase your question carefully, and then if not, then there is the Dawah Clinic, which is 2 weeks' time on a Wednesday. So those 2 streams. So that's only a couple of days away. If you need more urgent information, please send an email. The email is on the screen for you there.
Yeah.
And then we can help you with that, brother. Is that okay?
No, that's fine. I didn't realize this is for
No,
the
no,
No,
not,
no
not,
problem, no
not,
problem.
not a
Inshallah.
problem. Not a
Okay,
problem.
I'll do as you said. Thank you very much. I
Jazakallah
appreciate
khair.
it.
Take care.
Assalamu
Take care.
alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, brother. Nice to speak to you.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. I mean, the only reason, obviously, we want to try to remain consistent is that a lot of Muslims do sometimes ask to come on, and we tell them not to. So we just sort of trying to be fair. And inshallah, we will, if he's in a rush, we'll try to answer it via email. Otherwise, on Wednesday, 8:30 p.m., set a reminder, and you'll get the notification bell, and then you'll get the notification for the stream this Wednesday. Justin, if you want to put your camera on, and then we can just interact with you. You can turn your camera off before you come on live, but we do need to just identify guests before they come on. If you can do that, we'll get you on. Otherwise, I'm really sorry, we won't be able to get you on if you don't put the camera on. You know, it was a shame, really. But with Sean, I mean, for me, you know, it's a shame that you have to go to some AI robot and then start doing searches about bad things about X or bad things about Y.
On that note, but Brother Ijaz, can I ask you a question? If somebody's a non-Muslim and they want to learn about Islam, we saw one approach there by Sean. How would you, being as neutral as possible, what would you think is a good way for a non-Muslim to find out about Islam? Because obviously there's a lot of interest now with what's happening around the world. What would your recommendations be for them? What can they do?
I would go to the people who are Muslims, and so I think our emails and our comments reflect this. Lots of non-Muslims who are interested in what's going on in Palestine, why the Muslim people there seem to have great resilience spiritually, mentally, and physically. They're getting this from their iman, their belief in Islam. And alhamdulillah, there are many Dawah groups, including EFDawah, Ayera, Dawah Wise, all of these groups spreading the message of Islam. We would welcome them to look at our website, EFDawah.com, newmuslimacademy.org, Ayera.org, dawahwise.com. These are simple, neutral websites that provide fundamental information about Islam. Fundamental and foundational, I would say.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go to an AI, to be honest, because AIs basically take information from the web, they scrape the web for information. That information could be accurate or not accurate, and it's like a toss-up. It's nothing definitive. So yeah, I would pray for people to go to Muslims, inshallah.
Inshallah. Doctor, I wanted to just refer to this comment. It was made a short while ago. It was referring to your statement about science and Islam and what have you, in terms of how Islam propagated, actually, it encouraged thought and science, because it sort of implies that it was the Arabian traders who basically went to India, and this is where they brought back maths and astronomical knowledge from India, basically. And then that was what ended up in Europe, as if this was somehow just a transfer of knowledge, nothing built upon, no great universities, no great books, no great thought, no new novel scientific phenomena, no books of medicine used in the West for 500 years as the primary source of medicine. None of that came, of course, from the Arabs or from Arabia or from the Muslims. So, Doctor, would you like to comment on that at all?
Yeah. So one of the things that we find is that in the way that we are taught education in the West, you are taught education as if there was this something that happened in amongst the Europeans that led to this phenomenal outpouring of knowledge that the West produced, and every scientist was white, and you never told about any black scientists, Asian scientists, Indian scientists, any other scientists at all. And so we're left with this perception that knowledge, a beneficial scientific knowledge that has practical application, is a Western phenomenon. And when the Muslims talk about the fact that the Renaissance was built off of the back of the Arab knowledge that was available, the Muslim knowledge in Spain after 1492 when it was invaded, and there were more books, there were more libraries in Spain in the Muslim world than there were books in England. When we're saying this, no one's making the claim that somehow it was the Arabs who came up with it or the Muslims who came up with this, not because that's an equally arrogant and racist perspective. We openly talk about the fact that the Greek work was preserved by the Arabs, used by the Arabs, built upon by the Arabs. So we are all human beings. We are all descendants of Adam. Everyone stands on the giants, it's the shoulders of the giants that have gone before. And wherever the knowledge may be amongst human beings, if it's a beneficial knowledge, then it should be acknowledged and truth could come from. So yes, I would be surprised if there was no phenomenal knowledge amongst the Indians, the people, the Dravidians, whoever they might be, that was beneficial and useful, and that was then passed on to the other civilizations around the world. It would be ridiculous to say otherwise. But so I'm not, when we make these statements, we're trying to counter a narrative, not by making the same narrative ourselves. We're saying that knowledge is a human phenomena, that is something shared upon, and we all build upon each other's knowledge. It doesn't belong to one ethnicity, one particular group of people. So I agree with him. I don't disagree with him, but I want him to understand that the point is against what he does, misunderstanding the point that I was being made. There was every civilization that has built upon what has come before has taken what was available and furthered it. So that happened when the Arabs got hold of knowledge, because the Arabs, you have to understand, were at one time just warring tribes caught between two empires. Within 100 years, they became the greatest empire, and they ruled for 1,300 years, for one of the biggest empires in the world. And all that knowledge that was around was amassed and valued, and it was built upon and passed forward. So it wasn't just we took it from here and we gave it there. No one does that. Even the people that existed before the Indians and the Dravidians, etc., they received some knowledge from somewhere, and it was worked upon, furthered, and then passed on. And this is how it's always been, and this is how it'll always be. All I want is that not to leave people with the misunderstanding that the knowledge that is found in the West is somehow a Western phenomena. It definitely isn't a Western phenomena, and it's built upon. If you have a watch and you're looking at your watch and it says 1, 2, 3, 4, those are Arabic numerals. Okay, before that they were using Roman numerals, and you can't do maths with Roman numerals. Yeah, so it literally is building upon what's come before. The zero probably had its origins in the Indian subcontinent. You need that for maths as well. Knowledge is a human. It's something that we all inherit, and it's part of our shared treasures. So there's no idea that somehow that it belongs to a specific ethnic group of people. And my point was the opposite, that Arabic numerals were lifted from India. Yeah. This is another ethnocentricity. Now this is where it goes the other way. It becomes ethnocentric in the other direction. No, the knowledge only comes from India. Okay. If you want to hold that position, then there's no difference between you and the Europeans who show all the scientists as white. And that's the point that I was making. So it's very simple. You just take just demonstrate what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, what people like to do is they like to nullify and wash away the significance of the history of people, to somehow sterilize them from history, not to give them credit where credit is due. And the reality, of course, is that, yes, of course, as you said, in history, there are many nations. The Greeks, for example, with philosophy, Aristotle, Plato, great thinkers who came out of that region. And yes, of course, in the Indians, and great works that came out of India as well. Why should we not celebrate those people? We should celebrate them. Of course we should. But why is it so difficult to celebrate the achievements of the Muslim for over 1,000 years that ruled supreme and had, that was way ahead of its time. Why is it that you want to wash away that history? Why is it so uncomfortable for you to say, you know what, the Greeks did amazing things, the Indians did amazing things, and the Muslims did amazing things as well? Why is it so difficult?
Oh, no. Muslims cannot do amazing things, brother. You have to understand. Only certain ethnicities of people. So only Indians can do very good stuff, and only white people can do very good stuff, which is why the white people eventually came to India and they ruled. Yeah. So these are the two things you have to understand. Arabs can never do anything good. Yeah. It's just that you have to believe that. Otherwise, there's something wrong with you. I mean, this is the ridiculous position that's being argued for.
Yeah.
We have a common humanity, guys. Come on, let's not be racist.
This is what it is, and the whole point of trying to do this is to, and you have is it David Starkey, the historian who writes the English historian? I think the surname is Starkey anyway, and it's this Eurocentric view, and I remember on one of the talk shows or one of the open panel discussions, he said, nothing's come out of the Islamic world for over 250 years. And these are people who are like backward, and they're this and they're that and then this and that. And I thought to myself, would you ever talk about the Greeks in that way? Would you ever say nothing's come out of Greece for over like 1,000, 2,000 years or whatever? Aristotle, Plato, yeah, he did some good things, but no, of course we don't. Because we celebrate whatever good came out. And we value that, and we celebrate that, and we acknowledge that, and we should. But you want to wash away 1,000 years of contribution. And in fact, we have many Western historians and scientists who have said that Europe would not have had the Renaissance if it wasn't for the Muslims and the great works. We wouldn't have had the works of Aristotle and Plato. The oldest works of Aristotle and Plato are in Arabic. It's because they translated them. It's because they preserved them. And had they not done so, we wouldn't have known about the works of Aristotle and Plato. They would have been lost in history. So it's a shame, really.
There's a comment I wanted to highlight, if that's okay, which is that racism is that what we were talking about after the white Western comments earlier. How rich is that? So there's a distinction between the comments earlier, which are reflecting the current situation, the current North American white Anglo-Saxon view that the Palestinians deserve to die. It's the global South that took the case to the ICJ. It was not the European powers. Right? So, I mean, we have to describe reality as it is. No one is going to describe the UK as a primarily minority ethnic group. No one's going to say that they are European white. It's what it is. We're not saying because they are white, they do this. We're saying that's the perception that they have of themselves. And because they see themselves as superior to us, they feel as if that they can be, what's the word, pejorative towards us, condescending towards us, especially ethically and morally. And we fundamentally disagree with that. So you've missed a point, Robert. Not that it's the first time tonight, but I think it's very exemplary of people who can't take criticism.
What I find quite distasteful is that being born in England, European until perhaps the split, the Brexit, now British, our allegiance is always challenged and questioned whenever we make a criticism of history or things that we're doing today, for example. It's immediate, like as if you must hate us, you must hate white people, you must hate Westerners. We live here, this is our home. Some of us are wealthy enough, if we wanted to, we could have gone and lived in a different country. But we've chosen to live here. We've chosen to stay here. Right? It's not about allegiance. It's not about whether we value people or think good of people. I think most British people, for example, because I live here, are decent people, decent in a sense that they believe in justice and fairness. They believe in queuing up. You go to Europe, many countries don't even queue up. We have a great tradition here of queuing up. I think it's amazing. I think it's a beautiful thing that you show justice and fairness. Just because you're a big bloke or you're a big woman and there's some old people in front of you, you just go to the front of the queue. We don't do that in England. We actually queue up here.
Even if there's no queue, we just start queuing.
Yeah, we love queuing, right? So it's not about not recognizing.
That really confused me when I came to London. I just accidentally kept standing in lines all the time. It made it impossible to do anything.
Yeah.
So, and you know what my point is, that why is it that our allegiance, our loyalty suddenly immediately comes under question? But if I was a white person, you see, and you could not differentiate me from another European or another English person, I could be as critical as I want to be. I could be as harsh as I want to be. And guess what? You just have to take it. Or you'd have to come up with a counter discussion or a counter argument. But you would never ask the question, where are your ethnic roots from? 5 generations ago, did you come from Belgium? Did you come from Holland? Did you come from Iceland? Why don't you go and live in Iceland? Why don't you go and live in Holland? Nobody's going to question you. You know why? Because when you're white, basically, you have the passport to say whatever you like, the freedom to say whatever you like. But if you're a person of color, God forbid, you criticize the Europeans or you criticize America, then suddenly you're disloyal. Suddenly you're a hater. Suddenly you're somehow your allegiance and your love for people or your fairness for people or it becomes a racial thing. Like you just hate white people. You just hate the West. It's interesting, isn't it? How people change the discussion in this way.
Well, there's a funny thing because Europeans tend to have flags, like they're very prideful. My parents come from the French or the Irish or the Scottish, and they'll have those flags in their offices to show their European heritage, right? So having the flag of a foreign nation is fine in that case, but any Muslim that waves the flag of Palestine, automatically they're disloyal to the UK or disloyal to the United States. It's so, what's the word here? Unfair, I would say.
Well, it's unfair, but it's a clever psychological tactic, you see, because when you do that to a people, when you call them hate marchers, as Breverman did, who has relatives fighting in the IDF, so we could take that.
Husband's family.
Well, her family, extended family, through her husband, fighting and killing Palestinian people, then obviously we're all hate marchers if we go and march for Palestine. When you do things like that, or you have morons like Douglas Murray, for example, calling them Hamas supporters, and
that's a kind word for Douglas.
Yeah, well, gutless. He's a coward. I mean, whenever he was questioned, would you debate Norman Finkelstein? Suddenly, I just saw his color drop from his face, and he ran with his tail between his legs. I would never debate him because he started making all ad hominem attacks against Finkelstein. I think he missed out the point that Finkelstein would probably wipe the floor with him, and that would probably be the end of his career. He missed that out very. And when Brother Muhammad Hijab has offered him several times to have a debate, he's run with the tail between his legs, calling Hijab all sorts of names. But he's a coward, literally a coward, a keyboard warrior, a person who's very comfortable, embedded with the Israeli army, pretending like as if he's all threatened when he's on video, when in fact he's probably miles away from any danger whatsoever.
You know what?
Douchebag.
Funny here, Brother Abbas, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's a pair of internet, what's the word I want to use here, non-celebrities, because they're widely ridiculed, who recently flew to Israel, right, in the safety and comfort to walk around the streets as if nothing is happening, to show that Muslims are violent. That the Palestinians are so violent in their war with Israel that these two hate mongers, prominent hate mongers and mockers of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they missed the point that they flew to Israel where Palestinian Arab Muslims are present and they're walking there safely. Not a single attack, not a single spit, not a single stone. But they have to give the impression that Muslims are all consumed by evil. They've actually proved the opposite How can Israel be so threatened and you have such safety and happiness and comfort that in the middle of a war you can take a luxury flight and walk the streets of Jerusalem, having your chai in the evening? You've just proven the point you want to prove in the first place.
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous.
And I think in the future, when people look back at history, they will look at these people who supported the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. And quite frankly, for most sensible people, those people who commit genocide and the ones who facilitate it, support it, and excuse it are all the same. And this really reminds me of the beautiful saying that our sister from the South Africa, she quoted a hadith, and it really was a beautiful hadith that she quoted, and I'm just going to put it up on the screen now. And this is the sort of beauty, the wonderful, fragrant teachings in our religion. Anyone who walks with a wrongdoer in order to strengthen him, knowing all the while that he is a wrongdoer, has departed from Islam, departed from belief. Now, for us Muslims, departing from Islam means that you're outside of the fold of Islam. It's a very serious thing, very serious thing. And I just wonder what morals and what standards you live by when you support the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of a people, when you excuse it, when you make excuses for it. I just wonder what moral standards you operate on, basically. Christ, Soulja. Soulja. And Max, you need to put your cameras on, guys, so we can verify you. Justin, I'm going to remove you from backstage because you're not putting your camera on. Can you just give me a thumbs up, Christ Soulja? Is that okay? Just give me a thumbs up. Christ Soulja, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Just give me a wave.
We can only see your eyebrows at this point.
We can only see the top of your face. I just need you to give me a quick wave if that's okay. Thank you very much. You can leave your camera on or you can turn it off, whatever you're comfortable with. We're going to get you on the stream now. Christ Soulja, how are you doing? Can you hear us?
Am I in right now?
You are indeed.
I'm driving to a spot and then I'll put my camera back on.
Okay, no problem. Would you like us to wait for you, or can you talk now?
I can talk. Yeah.
Okay. So, what was on your mind? Where are you tuning in from? I'm just interested.
From Townsville, Australia.
Australia. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming on the stream. You're welcome. What would you like to discuss with us today?
Well, there's nothing that I disagree with you guys with the recent topics you've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to hop on and I guess try my best to defend Christianity if there was anything.
Sure. So would you say you're a practicing Christian?
Yeah.
And what denomination of Christendom are you?
Protestant.
You're a Protestant.
But it gets more specific.
Okay.
Yeah, not 100% sure what.
And,
closer to evangelical, I think.
Sure. And was there anything specific on your mind that you wanted to discuss or talk about, or would you like us to just ask you maybe questions? We can have a nice discussion or whatever.
Well, there are issues that I face with Islam that I can see with Islam.
Sure. Well, why don't we start with that? Why don't you give us what issues you have?
Yeah, it's more just questions as well, but I don't get how Muhammad is the most loved. For example, if God, so in Christianity, God has unconditional love, and from what I see with the God of the Quran, it's conditional.
Mm-hmm.
And is that true or? Like,
So,
love.
well, yes, it is true. Of course, it's true, because does God
Yeah,
like does God like the evildoers, the murderers, the killers, the mass murderers? Does He love them?
well, his love is, what's it called? It's unconditional. So his grace, his mercy towards the, I guess, sinners, unbelievers, that God giving them the opportunity, we would consider that his love showing, if that makes sense. But we don't say that he loves someone more than someone else,
Yeah, but
which I find pretty weird.
would you say, for example, that God loves Hitler?
Well, that's why. Well, that's what I was saying. Hitler was given the opportunity to turn from his sin, and that's that's God showing His love.
But isn't that conditional?
I don't think that's not conditional, is it? No.
What's the
So if-
condition?
so
So
if Hitler-
am I going to heaven then?
Well, that's another example as well. I'm not comparing you to Hitler, but you have the opportunity right now. You're alive.
No, but you said it was unconditional, Christ. So you're making a contradictory statement, because you're saying on one hand it's unconditional. So there's no condition required for me to have the love of God, right? I can go to heaven because God sends obviously those He loves to heaven, right?
Well, it depends what you mean by love, I guess. But
No, I mean you said it was unconditional. Whatever
it
it is,
is.
that love.
Well, you're saying that going to heaven, like salvation, or is that's up to the person itself, isn't it? It's
No, but
not
you said if
God's.
it's unconditional, then there's no conditions.
Yeah, to God's love, not to who can enter heaven, who has salvation.
So would God send
That's
someone He
conditional.
loves? So God would not give salvation to someone that He loves.
Well, it's up to the person. That's what I'm saying.
No, but then it's conditional, right?
That's an atheist
No, it's
argument.
not an atheist argument, because what you've said is that God's love is unconditional.
Yeah, it says in the Bible, the word that they use for love is agape.
Yeah, but you said it's unconditional, right? There's no conditions on the love of God, right?
Yeah, there's no conditions to God's love. Yeah.
Okay, so why is God going to send me to hell then?
From your own choice.
No, but you're making my choice the condition.
You're making the salvation equals to God's love.
Okay, so God's love is not His salvation, right?
For the argument, no.
No, I don't want it for argument. I want you to give me your position, Christ.
Nah, they're two different things. Yeah, well, salvation is salvation. God's love is giving the opportunity for people.
Salvation is conditional. So just to clarify, the love is unconditional, but the salvation is conditional, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And that's sort of what.
So what does I'm just following up. So if the salvation is conditional, then what's the condition?
Well, it's free choice. Like free choice is conditions. Condition on the person.
What is the condition? I'm asking you.
Oh, so the requirements. So condition means there's requirements. So what is the requirements, or?
Yeah, the condition. You said God's love is unconditional. He loves everyone, even the ones He's sending to. He loves them. Yeah. Hitler, He loves him.
Well,
everyone. He loves everyone, right? The pedophiles, He loves the pedophiles. He loves the people who are killing innocent people. Genociders, He loves genociders.
See, that's the thing. It doesn't make.
It doesn't make sense.
That's what unconditional love is. Yeah, exactly. Because God's love is not like ours. But what I'm saying is God's love is shown to those to sinners through the opportunity they have. to the opportunity they have throughout during their lifetime to turn to Christ.
So then, why didn't God send messengers to people who are not Jews?
Well, right now there's the Gentiles, or if that's what you're alluding to, everyone has the
I'm not talking about right now.
access to the gospel.
But I'm not talking. You said God's love was unconditional, right? And the salvation is a choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then there were people that weren't given the message. They weren't given any messengers because only the Jews receive revelation, right?
Well, that's all another. Well, the Jews were given revelation.
So did the Africans get revelation? Did the Africans get revelation
before Christ? No.
So then,
but doesn't mean that
did God not love them, or did not God give them the choice?
Well, there was, so how they believed, how they earned salvation, I guess, in those times. The Jewish people had a different standard to the
Christ,
the rest of the world, to the Gentiles.
Your question, missing my question.
Their standard was different. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're missing my question, Christ, because I'm talking about. You said God's love is unconditional, and the salvation is a choice that you can make, right?
It's the opportunity, like salvation.
Yeah, it's an opportunity you have, right?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Why didn't God give the opportunity to the Aboriginals before Christ?
Well, who can say that God did it? Because what I said just before, the difference was with the Jewish people. You're saying that they're the only ones that got the opportunity, or that the Jewish people were the only ones who God revealed himself to. Is what happens there is that the Jewish people have a different standard of salvation.
Why?
It's actually hard. It was actually harder for them because they have to uphold.
Christ, I'm asking
because they were God's chosen people.
But I thought you said God's love was unconditional. He wanted to give everyone the choice, right?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that the Jewish people. I'm saying they're different standards of salvation.
But if you treat people differently, that's if you treat people differently, that's a problem, isn't it? You understand that, right? You can't claim to love everyone equally.
I see. Yeah. So you're saying treating people differently. I agree with that, and that's not a bad thing. For example, if you have an eldest son, the eldest son has more responsibilities than the rest of your children. You agree with that?
No, I because what you're using is using an example of responsibility. I'm talking about
responsibility.
One second, let me explain to you, because I'm explaining to you why
Sure.
I disagree with you. Yeah? So you're not going to neglect your children, a child. Say if you have 5 children, you're not going to neglect one of them, right?
No, correct.
Okay, so this is neglect.
I don't know. Like,
there's a favorite race. There's a favorite race.
Yep.
God loves it. This is my favorite race. These are my chosen loved ones. Oh, I want to hug them. I want to give them revelation. They're the ones I'm gonna guide. The other ones, not so much.
I wouldn't use the words
do you think
of
that's
the
okay?
tone.
Do you think that's
The
okay?
tone you put it, it's a misrepresent. The tone you put it there is misrepresenting it.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. I'm saying something that's not comfortable, and maybe I'm trying to sort of, lay it on.
It's not even uncomfortable. It's but I understand what you're trying to say. That
Christ, are you comfortable with the fact that God didn't give anyone else revelation apart from the Jews?
So if we're going to talk about certain people groups, that's another issue I have as well with Islam, how much they love the Arab culture.
One second, but that's a different. But Christ, you're changing the topic, because first you have to. Yeah, because first you really have to understand that what the things you first said God loves everyone unconditionally, and then at the same time you said that salvation is a choice. And then I gave you a group of people who were not given the opportunity to choose. In fact, they weren't even given
Oh, but I
revelation.
didn't.
And I would say
The
that's neglect. And neglect is a sign of the opposite of love.
no,
Because
but they were neglected.
they were neglected. They didn't get revelation.
For example, if you have that 5 children you're talking about,
Yeah.
the eldest, you give them the responsibility, and I think that's the key word there.
You wouldn't neglect the eldest.
You're training them up.
Yeah, but you wouldn't ignore the eldest one and not give him food and water to help him survive, right? You wouldn't not teach the eldest how to cross the road so they don't get run over, right?
I wouldn't do that to any child.
Yeah. So then why did God do that to his other children? The non-Jewish children.
That's so how do I explain this? It's pretty simple concept. I think it's just, I think you're trying to push that favorite or fairy child, but basically with the 5 children example, I'll just stick to that, make it simple for myself as well. But for example, you have your eldest son and you want to hand over, I guess, your business, the family business to the eldest son. You train them differently, you take them aside, and then when the eldest son is ready, trains up or equips the rest of his siblings.
So what was God's family business? No, it doesn't make sense. What was God's family business in this scenario?
Well, I just used that example.
Yeah, because you're talking about passing on skills, and this is the problem. We're talking about God showing unconditional love to his people, all of the people that he created, by giving them guidance on how to live in the world and how to achieve salvation. You said choosing to follow that guidance and choosing that salvation is a choice. But the problem is that in the very concept that you have of God, God ignores every single group of people apart from one. He neglects not one child out of the 5, but 4 children out of the 5. Neglects them.
So I think the question is, do you think that so people groups outside of children of Israel, did they have salvation before Jesus arrived? Because I believe they had.
So the reason I believe that God gave to every single people a messenger to guide them to the truth, which is to lead them to salvation, which is actual love, because the Quran says that we sent to every single nation a messenger, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, explained that there are 124,000 prophets. So we believe that every single group of people, the Aboriginals, the Africans, the Inuit, every group of people receive revelation from God. Right?
Yeah.
That is the definition of love. That is the definition of a choice in salvation. The fact that you restrict, as a Christian, I'm not saying this to you personally as I'm having a go at you, but I'm talking about the concept. The fact that as a Christian, you believe that God had a favorite group who only received the revelation and ignored everyone else, or they had to learn from him because that was the family business. So whatever that means, I don't even know what that means. The problem is
it's
that
not
concept
about favorite. It's just favorite. What it is.
Chosen. What does chosen mean?
Yeah, chosen. Well, someone. So you have children. Someone is the eldest. If you have 5 children.
No. The eldest is not. You're talking about chosen. Chosen.
No, that's the example. And it just happens that the Jewish people, if you want to say chosen, they're that chosen people.
You don't believe
they're not chosen.
You don't believe they're chosen.
Right now, they're not. Right now, they're not, though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about pre-Christ Aboriginals. Did God guide them?
In the way he guided the Jewish people, no. But as far as the opportunity of salvation, it's the same.
How are they given the opportunity of salvation before Christ? In Aboriginals.
So,
explain.
I'm not gonna lie. That's when my knowledge stops. But
I'll tell you why at Christ, because actually that's not the Christian belief.
Yeah,
They weren't.
I won't lie.
Yeah,
That's when.
yeah.
That's
Because
what I
the
don't
only
know.
people that receive, and even Jesus, it says, according to the biblical narrative, the salvation is from the Jews. Salvation is from the Jews. Now, that is neglect of every single group of people apart from the Jewish people by the God that you said was unconditionally loving. Now, for me, that's a problem as a concept of a creator that would ignore and neglect some of his children, some of his creation, and choose only a specific group of people. I think that's a problem. I don't believe God is like this.
Yeah, we don't see it in that way though. Like we don't see the Jewish people as the chosen people, as God's favorite people.
I think, Chris, you're missing the point. Christ, sorry, you're missing the point. The doctor is explaining to you that unconditional love means that you treat everybody with that same unconditional love that you've explained that God has for everybody. But here you have a people, according to the Bible and according to Christians, who are selected above all other people. They're given a moral code, a legal system. They're given a way to connect with the Creator. And according to your beliefs, the Aborigines, the indigenous populations of Africa or America, they would not be chosen. They would not be given that ability to connect with the Creator in the same way that the Jews would be. That seems inherently unjust, and actually, I would say, not equal to the love shown to the Jews. I mean, I'm wondering why this concept's difficult for you to grasp, and also this, what it is, Christ. We've got to be very careful.
I can explain why it's difficult to grasp.
I'll give you an opportunity. The reason why these sort of concepts, Christ, are from my perspective, there's a certain thing that Christians tell us, and there is a certain thing that we actually see even within the Bible itself. So, for example, we're told that Noah only had a handful of people on the boat, the ship that he was told to make. What happened to everybody else?
While they were given that opportunity.
What happened to
For example,
everybody else? What happened to everybody else that didn't get on the boat, that did not follow the teachings of Noah? What happened to them?
Noah represents Noah represents the body of church right now. So
What happened to them, Christ? What happened to the people that did not follow the teachings of Noah and refused to get on the boat?
Yeah, okay. So he refused the teachings of Noah. They were damned for that.
And they were damned, and they were all killed, correct?
People who refused to the message brought from Noah.
And they were
because there's a second group of people
and they
who
were
didn't
all
hear his
killed.
message.
And according to the Bible, the entire world was flooded and everything perished. Everything was killed and wiped off, correct?
Entire world?
The entire world, according to the biblical narrative, the entire world was flooded and every creature was killed, drowned.
Every creature, yeah, like what? I'd have to look at the verse if it says entire world, but if it did say the entire world, it's like world is a what's it called? It's a loose. It's a sorry, English my second language.
That's okay.
Time. World is not a generic word. It's a loosely used word. It could mean the people of that area.
Okay, so did God love those people unconditionally in the same way that he loved Noah and loved the followers of Noah? Is that what you're arguing? Are you still there, Christ? We can't hear you. I think your sound's dropped for some reason, possibly your internet.
Maybe try and.
Oh, do I have to? No. So if I go on a different, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, so if I went to a different tab, I'll try to open up the Bible.
It's okay. So
yeah,
my
so
question to you, Ijaz, you're muted. Ijaz, you're muted. So my question to you,
Just quickly, Abbas, if he's on his phone, he can't switch the tab to go to where he wants to. So, Christ Soldier, if you want, tell us the verse you want to go to and the translation. We'll happily put it up. We don't mind.
I was just looking at the Noah story,
Genesis.
but there's no issue. So what basically the answer was that I was saying while I was muted is that the people in Noah's day is no different to the unbelievers of this day. There's no. It sounds bad when you say everyone was killed in a flood, but there's no difference to the unbelievers of this day. They'll be damned as well, according to
Christ, according to your own testimony, and according to what the biblical record is of how God dealt with those people. This concept of unconditional love simply doesn't make sense. And in Islam, we have a much more coherent understanding. Allah says he does not love the wrongdoers. If you go out and do rape, you kill children, you murder, you do evil things, you do bad things, God does not love those people because of what they're doing, because their acts are evil, their acts are heinous, they're wrong in the sight of God. So we have, I think, a more logically coherent view of this. And I think that the Christian view, though we are told God is love, God loves everyone unconditionally, I don't think that actually makes sense. So, Ijaz, you've put on the verse that we're talking about. Is that correct?
I've just put it up.
That's Dr. Imran. But I'm happy to take credit.
That's fine. Yeah.
So that makes it easier for me.
I'll read it. God saw how corrupt. This is Genesis 6, verse 12 onwards.
What translation?
This is, I think this is the NIV.
Do you have a translation that you prefer, Christ Soldier, or can I choose the translation?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Can we do the NET, please? Just
NET. Oh, you prefer the NET, I remember. Okay, NET. Let's find NET.
Why do you prefer the NET, Jazz? Let's let the...
Because of all the translation notes that they have. Because sometimes the words can be so confusing. It's rather than telling you what they must mean, tells you what it can mean.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
So I'll read the very same verses. So verse 12, God saw the earth, and indeed it was ruined, for all living creatures on the earth were sinful. So God said to Noah, I have decided that all living creatures must die, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. Now I am about to destroy them and the earth.
Hold up. All living creatures, wouldn't that mean animals as well? So, Genesis 6, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, man, what did the... Hold on. Were the animals sinful? What verse are we looking at again? Can someone remind me?
I'm about to go fishing as well, so animals don't really mean much. Sorry.
Okay, hold up. Well, all living creatures on the earth were sinful. I got questions here about unconditional love and the animals being sinful. Now that gets me.
Well,
babies.
Unconditional love. Babies.
Yeah. How about the babies sinful? What were the babies in no time doing?
All of those people that didn't get revelation, what did they do?
Well, it doesn't say salvation. The issue of salvation. They said they all died.
It says they were sinful. All the creatures on the earth were sinful. It says that. Verse 12.
Yeah, it says that, but
So Christ, what we're trying to explain to you is that I know there's a narrative that you might hear from the church, or you might hear from, people who are preaching or what have you. Look, we don't want to put you on the spot. This is not about pressurizing you or, belittling you or making fun of you. What we would like you to do is perhaps watch the stream afterwards, look at the quotes that we've put up, and by all means go away, look at these things, study them, and then, you know, come back to us. But from our perspective as Muslims, you see, and if you even look at the teachings of Jesus, peace be upon him, what does he call the people who are disbelievers? He calls them vipers. He calls them, you know, people who are misguided. What does he do to the money lenders? He turns over their tables. You know, when people ask him for a miracle, what does he say? He says an adulterous and what does he say? Nation asks for miracle. No sign shall be given except
an adulterous. Wicked and adulterous nation.
Wicked and adulterers. So what we do see is that even Christ, Jesus, in the Bible, he does not like the disbelievers. He does not like the people who are opponents to God Almighty. He does not like the people who rejected him despite knowing him and seeing his miracles. And so I think that, you know, there's one thing that you learn from the church, but there's another thing actually in practical terms, what you actually see. And I don't think that you can actually marry these things up, Christ. And this is why what we would like you to do is perhaps look at the Quran, read the Quran. There's a whole chapter in the Quran, chapter 19, about Mary and the birth of Jesus. We believe in Jesus. We believe that he's one of the mightiest messengers of God. We believe that he is a righteous, one of the righteous, you know, most beloved to God Almighty. We believe that God saved him from humiliation. We don't believe he was stripped naked and hung on the cross. We believe that God saved him. This is our concept of Jesus. And we also believe that he'll come back again to defeat the Antichrist. But we don't worship Jesus or Muhammad, peace be upon them. The Quran says the similitude, the comparison of Jesus is that of Adam. We created Adam from neither mother or father as well. So basically, Jesus is a miracle, but Adam, peace be upon them, Adam was a miracle as well because God created Adam from without mother or father. So
yeah, Adam was made from dirt as well.
Sorry?
Adam was made from the dirt.
Yeah, Adam was made from...
Jesus had I guess in his bodily form, a mother.
Yes, but Jesus was born of a mother. Adam had neither mother or father.
Well, Jesus had to be born from the mother to fulfill the messianic prophecies.
Well, the point that we're making to you is Adam had neither mother or father, and clearly that would be a miracle. Jesus didn't have a father, and that would be a miracle, but that does not make him God. It doesn't make Adam God, peace be upon them.
Well, yeah, I know that logic there with the no mother, no father, but obviously, like with Adam, yeah, you have to start somewhere. Sorry, but with Jesus, it fulfills him being born from Mary, fulfills messianic prophecies.
No, it doesn't fulfill Isaiah 7:14 to be born a young woman.
Well, what does it say there?
It says Alma, a young woman.
And what are you trying to say?
Yeah, but trying to say that we don't believe that there's a prophecy that's been fulfilled there.
Well, it's not just being born of a mother. Like Mary has the Jewish line.
Well, not according
like
to
those sort of things.
I think, Chris, we're struggling with your sound. We'll welcome you back again. Just go and watch the stream again, and then by all means, do come back again because it was nice to speak to you. And thank you for having good manners. And I hope you do catch lots of fish, but make sure you do grill them and eat them because we in Islam we're not allowed to just catch fish for sport. We have to.
What's your thoughts? I'm an ethnically an islander, but what's your thoughts on catching undersized fish?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
What's your thoughts on keeping undersized fish?
So basically, in Islam, you're allowed to catch fish or hunt for food. You're not permitted to catch things for sport. However, if you're doing it for conservation reasons, so for example, you're wanting to catch a fish that you're able to eat, but if something is very, very small that you're not clearly going to be able to eat, and it would be better to let it live, that's different. That's not the same thing. But your intention should not be that you're catching fish just for sport, just for fun. We're allowed to catch food for food to be consumed, but we're not allowed to hunt for sport. We're not allowed to hunt or fish just for fun, basically. If it's a good sized fish and it's edible, then you should eat it or give it to somebody to eat. That's better. But Chris, it was lovely to speak to Christ.
Beautiful.
Lovely
Sound
to
like a
speak.
fisherman. Thanks for having me on.
Do subscribe and hit the notification bell, and then when we have the next stream, it'd be lovely to follow up the conversation with you.
For sure. Thanks for that.
All right, mate. Bye then.
Take it easy.
See ya. Bye.
Max, we're going to get you on next. If you can just quickly put your camera on and we can just interact with you, because I think I spoke to you possibly on Dawah Wise, I believe, and I think you were going to come onto this stream and continue your conversation. Max, if you just want to put your camera on and we can just interact with you quickly. And then
I think he was verified already via
he was
chat.
verified already.
Max
Okay.
Pan is verified. Yeah.
All right, Max, let me get you on next. Max, welcome to the stream.
Hi everyone, how are you?
How are you doing, Max? I think, Max, we spoke on Dawah Wise. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And you had some conversations for Islam, and Brother Mansoor recommended that you come to EFDawah.
Yeah, yep.
All right, lovely. So welcome to the stream. I believe you're in India. Is that right, Max?
Yeah, that's correct.
Lovely. So what was the question that you had for us about Islam?
I mean, it's not for Islam, but for the concept of God. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Allah. And I don't believe there's a God. And the reason behind it is that if there was a God, then there would be no earthquakes and people wouldn't die in earthquakes. This is my biggest argument against God. There are other arguments, but this is my biggest one.
Okay. So would it be fair, Max, to say that you're talking about the problem of evil? Is that correct? Would that be right?
Not evil, because earthquake is a natural calamity. There is no hidden bad intentions by anyone. So evil can be done by humans. So I can have an evil intentions against you. I can murder you. I can steal stuff, right? That I can call evil. But a natural calamity like earthquake and tsunami is a proof that the planet Earth is a faulty product created by a creator.
So basically what you're saying is you want to narrow it down to natural what we would assume to be natural disasters, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, tsunamis, these type of things. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, Max. If we didn't have earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, and all of these things, would you then believe in God?
I would have a higher chance of believing in God, because then it boils down to just our actions. Like if we do good and if we do bad, then we'll get punished. Like if we do good things will happen. But then I'll start doubting hell and heaven, like, because hell and heaven, there's no proof of hell and heaven. But I would be closer to God if there is one. If I see a perfect product, let's say Earth is not perfect, it's okay. God can create an imperfect product, but now that he knows people are dying in earthquakes, why can't he fix it? You're getting my point. Like he couldn't create a perfect Earth, but now he knows, right? So fix it. But if he's not fixing it, then I refuse to believe that there's a God, because God is not doing his job correctly.
Okay, so basically your concept is that because there are these natural disasters, you don't believe in a God. But even if the natural disasters didn't occur, you would be closer to God. But because you can't prove hell or heaven, you would still therefore doubt and end up back into the same quagmire, i.e. of not accepting God because you can't prove hell or heaven, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And
right. So I think what's important here before we even get to natural disasters or what would be deemed as natural disasters, I think fundamentally we should establish whether there are good reasons to believe in God in the first place.
Mhm.
Because if there aren't good reasons to believe in a God, then the question of natural disasters is irrelevant to the
Okay.
discussion. Correct?
I mean, okay, go ahead. I don't agree with it, but okay.
No,
Yeah, we
so
can go with it.
what I'm trying to say to you is, if in the very first place there are no good reasons to believe in a creator to start with,
Yeah.
then the natural disasters being there or not being there become irrelevant. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
Ask that again. I didn't get your concept. Ask that again.
Okay, what I'm saying is that if there are no good reasons to believe in a creator in
Yeah.
the first place,
Yeah.
then the question of
Oh, okay. I get your point.
you
So
understand?
let's say, yeah. Now, so let's say the good reasons of proof of God is like there is a planet and there is life, and these are like good reasons to believe that there might be a God, right?
No, I'm not. This is that, but you're straw manning my position, because I'm not arguing that though.
Okay, so complete your point. Complete your
Okay,
point.
so what I wanted to ask you was, do you believe that you exist,
Yeah, I do believe I exist.
and do you believe that the universe exists?
Yeah, I do that. I do believe that.
Do you believe that the universe is contingent, reliant on certain things? It could have been assembled in a different way to how it is assembled.
Yep.
Do you accept that?
Yep.
Do you therefore accept that it then requires a explanation of how it came about in this way?
We need an explanation, but we need an explanation. Yeah, we
Okay.
require.
If that explanation is a material, non-conscious
Uh-huh.
explanation,
Hmm.
and it's also something that could be arranged in a different way, could or could not exist, does it require an explanation as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you have an infinite series of material explanations?
I don't understand this question.
If there were an infinite series of material steps to get to this step today, i.e. me and you speaking,
Yeah. Okay,
would
got
we
it.
ever speak?
That's a very complicated question, but if there were infinite steps for us to reach here, would we ever speak? Yeah, we would speak, yeah, for sure.
Can you ever traverse an infinite number of steps?
I'm not sure if there can be any infinite number of steps, but I could be wrong. There might be infinite number of
No,
steps.
whether you believe in something existing or not is irrelevant. If there were an infinite series of steps to get to this step,
Yeah.
by definition, the word infinite means an
All right,
uncountable.
I get it. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we can talk, yeah.
We can
And
talk, you're saying.
yeah. If
Okay.
if there are infinite steps, we might stumble upon one instance where actually this is true and we are talking to each other. So in an infinite number of cases, us talking can be true in one instance,
Okay.
or
So
maybe more.
so basically what you're saying then, let me understand your position.
Uh-huh.
You're saying that for us to be speaking at this point that we are speaking at,
Yeah.
if there were an uncountable number of steps to get to
Uh-huh.
this point,
Hmm.
you're saying that we would be able to count those
Yep.
steps.
We can't count those steps. We can't count those steps because they are infinite.
Yes.
So we can't count. Yeah. But
Mm.
any one of that instance from the infinite number of steps,
Yeah.
we could be talking to each other. But I don't get your point with this.
Yeah. So the point, so if we can't count
Yeah.
a number to get to this number, you can never
Uh-huh.
get to this number.
Okay,
That's
that makes sense. Okay, we
Right.
can't reach. Yeah. Okay.
So what that then necessitates is it necessitates a necessary existence that has to have always existed without having a cause of its own existence.
All right, I get your point. So, my position on the origin of universe and everything is that we don't know how all of this happened, and science does not have the technology to figure out when and how was the origin of this universe. So my position is, if you ask me how we came about, how universe came about, how life came about, we don't know. I don't know. But it doesn't give you the right to say, you know what, if you don't know, I know who did this. Santa Claus did it. If you say Santa Claus did it, then you have to prove with evidence. And if you can prove with evidence, then I can actually value your claim. But if my child asks that, dad, how does a car engine works, and I don't know, so I won't say that, God makes it run. I would say, son, I don't know how it works, let's figure it out. And if I can't figure it out, I'll say, son, I don't know that. But I wouldn't lie to him saying that God did it, and if I do that, he'll ask what is the proof, and it's my responsibility to give him the proof and not to lie. So what I'm saying is, based on your logic, I don't know how Earth came about. Was it infinite or not? I don't know. If someone created or not, I don't know. I'm just saying this answer cannot be this question cannot be answered right now. But if
Max,
you say
Yes,
that,
it can be.
I'll let you
if you
come in, Judge.
say
I'm just going to
Yes,
finish.
yes, it
if you say
can be.
there's a God, yeah, okay.
I'm just going to, Max.
Yes, the
When
question.
your child asks you that the car engine, where did it come from?
Mhm.
Are you going to tell your child, I don't know, it could have just come by itself? Or are you going to say somebody made it?
I would say somebody made it
Exactly.
because I know somebody made it. I know that.
Did you see the person make the car
Oh,
engine?
inference.
I can go to the factory
No,
and
but did
prove
you?
him.
Did you see the
I
person?
didn't.
Inference.
I didn't.
No, you didn't. But you use deduction, you
Yeah.
use induction or deduction, you use a reasoned approach
Yeah.
that because this is something complex, this is made of different materials, because it has been assembled in a certain way,
Yeah.
you immediately deduce that
Okay.
this car engine could not have simply popped into existence from
All
nothing.
right. All right.
Correct?
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Would you say that this universe is more complex than a car engine?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So then what you would have to, I think, reasonably argue or reasonably deduce is that
Yeah.
if a car engine cannot simply come into existence from nothing without
Mm-hmm.
thing bringing it into existence,
Yep.
then there is even less chance, I would say, much less chance,
Mm-hmm.
infinitely less chance that this
Mm-hmm.
entire universe, with more stars than grains of sand on every beach on Earth,
Yep.
could have simply come into existence and be assembled without an assembler, without a creator, without a maker.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a response. Okay. I get your point. If my son asks me how did the engine came about, and I tell him that it was manufactured by humans, right? I came to that information with the deduction that I know that humans can create, right? But if my son asks, I don't believe that humans can create this engine, right? And if he says, I just don't believe this can be possible, so I can put in efforts to go to the factory and take him to the factory where the engines are made. I can prove him with evidence that, this is how engines are made. But you are saying that God has created, but
But
you
Max, you're
cannot
missing
take,
the
wait,
point.
wait. You can't take me to a factory where
Yeah.
planets are made and where,
But Max, you're missing the point.
yeah.
The point is, and I'm going to finish here and I'm going to let the other brothers come in here.
Mm-hmm.
The point is that you will deduce, looking
Mm-hmm.
at something,
Yeah.
that it could not have simply come about from nothing or by itself,
Yeah.
even though you yourself have not seen the car engine being built.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you will arrive at an opinion, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
as certain as it could be,
Mm-hmm.
that this must have been made by something or someone,
Okay. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So when we look at the universe, clearly we know that there isn't going to be a factory that we can go to and actually physically see God pumping out universes, but we can deduce that it must have come from something. It can't just come from nothing.
Yeah. But if you claim that, if you claim, for me, it can be a fact that universe was eternal and uncreated. It can be, but I can be wrong. But whatever you claim, I say that I don't know how all it happened. But if you claim that God has created and God was uncreated, I mean, for you God can be uncreated, but universe can't be uncreated, right? Let's go with
Okay,
that.
but Max, I'm going to let the other brothers come in here because now
All right.
you've actually changed your argument, because your
Argument.
initial
My last 10 seconds, 10
yeah, because
seconds, I'll
Max,
go.
your initial argument was, and we ran through the discussion with you, and you said it was, when I asked you, does it require an explanation? If it's contingent, could have been assembled in a different multitude of different ways, and it relies on certain things for its existence, then it requires an explanation.
Give
You
me
said,
give
yeah.
me 10 seconds and I'll go.
Now
Give me
what
10.
you're saying is that I believe that the universe could just be eternal, which, by the way, goes against pretty much every scientific opinion that's out there. And because you were talking from a point of view of evidence and presumably science and mathematics, you seem to have literally thrown that all under the bus now. And now you're positing something
I'll leave,
that
but give
no
me 10
scientist
seconds.
that I know of actually.
Max, don't
We
go
don't want
anywhere.
you to leave.
Can you
Max,
give
We
me
don't
10
want
seconds?
you to leave.
Max, we don't want you to leave. Yeah, please don't leave, because there's a lot to discuss.
Imran, you
We'd
got
like to have a discussion with you. Please, Ijaz, continue.
Can
No,
you give me
Max
10
said he
seconds?
wanted 10 seconds. Yeah, do your 10
Oh, thank
seconds.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I can prove with evidence how a car engine is made by going to the factory. You can't prove God, you can only deduce God. That's what I'm saying. So I won't believe in God until it is proven. That's
Just to
what
be
I'm
clear, just to be clear, don't you know that deduction is a form of proof,
What?
as is induction. Induction, abduction, and deduction are all forms of proof. You realize that, right?
No, it's not a proof because you are
Form of
assuming.
proof.
Okay, I don't think that it is a form of proof, because reduction is an assumption that this should be the case. You are saying there should be a case that someone created it. That is an assumption, and if that is an
Not an
assumption.
assumption. No. You missed my point. I said, because you just said that deduction is not
Yeah.
a proof. What you want is a proof. I'm saying to you that deduction is a form of proof, as is
Okay,
abduction and induction.
what is the difference between deduction and assumption? What is the difference?
Deduction and assumption. You can have you can have assumptions within deductions, but you can't have deductions within assumptions, I think.
So the deductive argument is where your premises are sound and they
Qualified, one follows from the other.
Okay. So are you deducting that if we are a creation, then there should be a creator? Is this your deduction as a proof?
No, this is my induction.
So is this a proof that if there is a creation,
Yes.
then there should be a creator? Okay. So God
So
created.
I'll give you I'll give you what my argument is, and my argument is quite simple. Do you agree that you and I exist?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you agree that you don't have to exist?
Yeah, that's true. I don't have to exist.
Right. So I don't have to exist. You don't have to exist. But there is a fact here that we do exist, right?
Yeah.
So something has to facilitate the existence of things that do exist, and we call this thing a necessary entity.
All right.
So, right. So typically there are three types of entities: possible, impossible, and necessary. You and I are possible because we could or we could not exist. Something impossible would be like a square circle, or a religious Christian named David Wood, right? Like these things are logically impossible. You agree? Okay, good. So you and I we're possible. Then there are some things which are impossible. So something must fall into the third category: entities which are necessary. So a necessary entity must exist in order for us to exist, because we don't have to exist, right?
Okay, so I get your point.
Right, good. So from that point, then there are three forms of entities that could, may exist, do exist, and must exist. And in the third category of necessary, well, we have to ask the question, what is a necessary entity? A necessary entity grounds the existence of possible entities.
Okay, so I get your
Case,
point.
let me finish it.
Okay,
10 more seconds, 10 more. So my point is quite simply this. The only viable explanation for the description of a necessary entity is one which is eternal and uncreated, with the capacity and the attributes to sustain creation. By creation, I mean here things which are possible.
Okay. I mean, so you are saying that the universe is created by a creator. Okay. So my next question,
you don't have to use those words, but we can assume that.
Okay. So who created the creator? And then you say that he's necessary and he's uncreated and he doesn't need anything. Okay.
Right. So no, I didn't say he doesn't need anything, but I did say he is necessary, meaning that there can only be one of that thing. I didn't say him, I said entity. That entity must be necessary in order to facilitate our existence. Things which are possible cannot exist if the necessary entity itself does not exist. So because you and I are possible entities and we exist, therefore a necessary entity must exist.
Okay, so you assume that the creator is uncreated and he was like there forever, right?
No, I say necessary. That's what the word necessary here means. You can't have the existence of possible things without that necessary entity.
Okay, who created that necessary entity is what I'm asking. Who created
something which is necessary does not come into creation. If a entity is created, it's a possible entity. Remember, go back again. 3 entities: possible, impossible, or necessary. You and I are possible things because we are created. A necessary entity is he is what grounds the created things. He himself is not created.
Okay. So
otherwise, if he is created, he is a possible thing.
Right. So what if I say that the creator, the God, is a possible thing, not a necessary thing? So one of us is lying, right? One of us is lying.
Well,
right?
that would be illogical. No, if you say that God, one second, if you say that God is a possible thing and not necessary, that's an irrational statement.
Okay, if you say the universe is a possibility and humans and planets is a possibility, I say that is an irrational, illogical argument. So who is correct? I'm saying the universe. Wait.
Repeat the last time.
Let me. Yeah. Okay. I'm saying that if you say, okay, let me think.
That would be good.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying that the universe, you're saying that the universe is a possibility, humans are a possibility. I'm saying that that is an illogical, irrational argument, right? Because when I say God is a possibility, you say it is an irrational logic. So we both are accusing each other of it. For me, okay, let me simplify it. Give me 10 seconds. I'll simplify it. Give me 10 seconds. I'm saying the universe is necessary, it was uncreated, it was forever, and you are saying God is necessary, it is created forever, it is uncreated, right? Who is lying here?
Well, it has to be you, because we know that the universe is not eternal.
How can you prove that?
Okay, well, fun. Now we have to go back to actual science, and we'll have to go back to when time was equal to 0. And we're going to go through the whole thing about the Big Bang, and we're going to go through the whole thing about particle accelerators, right? And at the end, well, let's be clear here. Are you familiar with what happened at time equal to 0?
I don't believe in Big Bang. I don't believe in time equal to 0. And the Big Bang is the best model to explain the creation of matter, but no, it's not a proof. So science has
the best model. Okay, but the best model, does it match my understanding of the world, or does it match your?
I mean, it matches your. It matches your.
It matches mine. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that the scientists who, forget the religion that they might believe in, they accept my mode of thinking. and they
Okay.
agree that the universe is not eternal. It began at some point, and it's
Yeah.
leading to a heat death. It's
Yeah, but
leading to a heat death. I
even
mean, so,
scientists say that
right,
is that is the best explanation, but they can't prove it with evidence. They are that assuming based on
I'll
what they.
show it. I'll show you. I'll show you how we
Uh-huh.
can prove it. It's quite simple because we built particle accelerators to
Mm-hmm.
do that exact thing. Are you familiar
Okay.
with what the God particle is?
No.
So we were able to recreate what we perceive to be the early conditions. I think it's directly after the universe was formed. To understand how, Dr. Imran, correct me, how particulate matter interacted in that early stage, modeled that, and then applied to our universe. And then we
Mm-hmm.
got to see that the development of solar systems, the development of black holes, we got to see that this matter behaved in the same way that the
Mm-hmm.
models had predicted previously. So, from a hypothesis, we had an
Mm-hmm.
experiment, and now that experiment was proven. Dr. Imran, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, right? So this is what came out of that, the Higgs boson, I think, experiment. So this is not something that's theoretical. It's something that we've actually studied and demonstrated,
Mm-hmm. I
right? So
mean,
I'm
if
saying that this is not something to choose between. We're saying
uh-huh.
that this is something which has been demonstrated.
Okay,
It
so
is not
let's say
disputed any longer.
okay. So let's say the new universe was created at some point. That proves that
Yes.
universe is possible and not necessary, right?
Yeah, we agree with that.
Okay. So how does that prove that there was a creator and he's
Easy.
unnecessary?
Easy, because any entity which is possible, right, does not have to exist. By virtue of the fact that we do exist, it must means that our origination can't in itself be from something which is also possible. It can only be from something which is necessary, because there are three categories: possible, impossible, and necessary. If you don't understand those three categories, now is the time to say so.
I
So
get it. I get
anything
it.
which is possible can't be necessary. Necessary
Okay.
means that that thing must exist to ground our reality and existence.
All right. All
Something
right.
had to precede time equals zero.
Mm-hmm.
Something had to precede that for the universe in order for the universe to be facilitated in
Okay.
existence.
Okay. Okay. So let's talk about that. Why do you call the God who created universe necessary, and why can't you call him a possibility? Wait, there might
I
be a
already
case.
explained that.
Yeah,
Asked and
there might be
answered.
a case that someone created God. So how can you define him as a necessary? Yeah.
So I already answered this and I'll say it again, because anything which is contingent, anything which may or may not exist, something which
Mm-hmm.
does not have to exist, will always be contingent.
Mm-hmm.
And a contingent thing can't exist because of another contingent thing. Otherwise, ad infinitum, you keep going backwards. You need something to create that thing, to create that thing, to create that thing. You never get the grounding for the existence of the universe. Brother Abbas took you through an argument of traversing an infinite number of things, and you conceded to his point. This is a so you're asking me something else
I mean,
already proven to. One second. No, I didn't
science.
finish. I didn't finish.
Oh, okay,
Please.
okay, okay,
Please,
okay,
I
okay.
didn't finish. Please, I didn't finish.
Uh-huh.
So, Brother Abbas took you through that point quite eloquently. So, I'm bringing it back now. A necessary thing is the thing which grounds and facilitates the existence of possible things like you and me. So, the second that you say, well, why can't God be possible? Well, demonstrate to me you don't understand the difference between a contingent and necessary entity. By which at that point, you're not understanding me. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna tap out as a team member here, and I want to bring in my mentor, my teacher, my beloved, and my occasional physician when I screw up. Um, okay, Abbas is trying to point to his basement for some reason. Who have you locked in your basement? I would like to bring in Dr. Imran, the guy beneath me at this point.
Okay, wait. Before Imran says, give me 10 seconds to respond.
Yeah, take
Science,
your 10 30
science,
seconds.
science, science proved with creating God particle again that the universe is possible, right? Science proved it with evidence. Where's your evidence that God is actually possible, not like where is the proof that God is necessary and not possible, based on evidence and not an assumption and deduction? That's my final thoughts on this. I need an evidence for what you are claiming, that God is necessary. Without evidence, I consider these fairy tales. I consider
Max,
these
I think
fairy
what
tales.
you need to do is just watch the stream again and possibly just Google a few things. And Doctor, unless you want to add anything, because we are very
It's just
late.
because I want to just take it back to the beginning. So it's interesting because welcome Max to the stream.
Yep,
It's
thank you,
interesting
thank you.
because you rejected science, you rejected induction, and you rejected deduction. So you're rejecting logic as well. So it's interesting how and that explains a lot of the conversation. But and it shows that you're not understanding the difference between the impossibility of an infinite regression, and therefore the necessary step that this infinite regression has to stop, and wherever it stops, that has to be the necessary being. But I'm going to leave that conversation. I think it's amply shown, and you'd have to think about this a bit more. So watch the stream again. I want to take you back to your original point, because your original point was something different, and you spoke about your reason for rejecting God being natural disasters.
Yeah, that's correct.
So why is that a reason for rejecting God?
Yeah, because if I created a car and the clutch plate wasn't working, I would fix it, right? The God created a faulty planet. He knows there's a fault and he's not working on it. He's not fixing.
How do you know it's a fault?
Because we die. We die in earthquakes.
How do you know that's a problem?
Because we die.
Why is that a problem? I'm asking you a question.
I mean, why would we die because of God's fault?
I'm asking you a question. Why is that a problem? We live. There are earthquakes. We die. Why is that a
Yeah.
problem? I'm asking you. I'm asking you I'm asking you to give me an explanation of why that is a problem with believing in God. Why natural disasters and people dying.
I don't think anyone wants to die. That's why.
Yes. So what? Why is that a problem? If
Okay.
you don't think you want to die, I understand
Yeah.
that. But why is that a
Okay.
problem for the
Okay,
existence?
so I get your question.
Yeah.
So if I was a creator of humans, if I was a god and I created humans, I wouldn't want them to die, right? I'm creating them and letting them die. It doesn't make sense. So
Okay, so hang on a sec. Why doesn't it make sense?
then why would I create them?
Okay, so what is the assumption that you're making?
My assumption is, if I'm a creator, why would I destroy my own creation with earthquakes?
Okay, but what's the assumption that you're making? What is the assumption you're making?
The assumption is that if God was there, he should fix earthquakes, this faulty planet, so that we stop dying.
This is Max. You're repeating the claim again. You're not explaining.
Okay.
The claim you're making is that I know what a world a God would create would be like. This is your claim.
Yeah.
Your claim is, I know what a world that God would create would be like. There would be no death and there would be no earthquakes.
Yeah.
Tell me the reason for this. What is the evidence for this to be the position?
Because I wouldn't destroy my creation as a creator. As a creator,
No,
I
no,
wouldn't. That
no.
doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you're giving. I want evidence for that position to be correct. I don't want in my view, I would like to live forever. Yeah, that's fine. Nice fairy tale. I don't believe in fairy tales.
Yeah.
The claim you're making is that there are natural disasters and people die, and if I was God, I wouldn't make it like this. But that's not an argument against the existence of God. This is an argument against your conception of how you would like the earth to be.
Okay, so let's say.
So let me explain.
Yeah.
So this is not an evidence against God. It's evidence against the conception that you have in your mind of how you would like the world to be if you created it.
Yeah, perfect. I get your point. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say God is there and he's right in creating a planet with the earthquakes, and I am wrong because my assumption are for me. I think the world shouldn't be like this, so I'm wrong, right? Let's say that. If I'm wrong and there's a God who is killing us with earthquakes, I don't have to worship that God, because for me that God is a mafia. He's killing us.
This is just an emotional argument. So what you're saying is, yes, God exists. I don't like how he made the world. Because now this is not an argument against the existence of God. Do you understand? You're saying, yes, God exists. I just don't like him. One second, Max. Yeah. Because he made a world in which people die. I don't like him. I'm not going to worship him.
Yeah, okay, I get your point.
So now one second, let me explain it to you. So your argument is not against the existence of a creator.
Yeah.
You're arguing against your your own personal preference of how you would want to create a world. Do you
Okay.
understand?
Yeah, I
So,
get you.
so,
I get you.
so this is an 1 second. So this is an emotive argument, emotional argument.
Okay.
That means not irrational, not a rational one, and an emotional one against something. But you're basing it upon what? So tell me, the way to move this forward is you tell me why God cannot create
All
a
right. I
world
get
in
it.
which there are
I
people
get
that
it. I get
die
it. I
because
get
of earthquakes. Please.
it. Okay. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
The thing is, if we ask 1 million people, do you want your loved ones to die in an earthquake? I think all 1 million people will say, I don't want my loved ones to die in an earthquake, right? So it is a unanimous requirement, and people would want earthquakes, tsunamis, cancers, and diseases to go away from. If I ask 1 million people, do you want
So,
all of these
so
to
you're
go
not
away? Wait,
providing me
let
evidence.
me.
Max, this
Now
is
you're
not
not
evidence.
letting me complete. You're not letting me complete.
Yeah, I'm not letting you complete because you're not giving me evidence.
Can you give me 1 minute?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, please. Thank you. So you're saying that this is my image of how the earth should be? No. If you ask 1 million people, all would agree. Wait. All would agree that we don't want diseases, we don't want earthquakes, right? What I'm
None
saying
of
is,
that. So I understand what you're saying.
yeah. So this
All
is
you've done. One
wait.
second, Max.
I
I
will get
understand
my
what you're
1
saying.
minute. Come on.
You've had your 1 minute. You explained to me that if we did a vote, no one will want to die in an earthquake.
Yeah. So
No one.
that is how it
Hang
should be.
on 1 second. So, but this is not an evidence.
Yeah, it is.
This is no.
Because
What you're saying. No, hang on a sec. What you're saying is that if we, in the collective consciousnesses of all the people in the world, they would not want to die in an earthquake. But that is not an evidence against the God existing.
okay.
Because
So why would God
One
create?
second. Because all of the people in the world, the vast majority of them, 99% plus, believe in the existence of a creator, despite there being earthquakes, despite them not wanting to die in an earthquake. So this is illogical. It does not make sense. I'm not asking you what the people would vote for. What I'm asking you for is give me a good reason why, if there are earthquakes and people die, this means that God does not exist. Please.
Okay. So if there's a unanimous decision on what I want is what everyone wants, that means the world should be like this, but it's not. Okay, wait, let me complete now. You won't give me 1 minute. I'm sure you won't give me 1 minute.
Please go ahead.
So I'm not saying what people believe in. I'm saying what according to everyone world should be like. And you're saying many, like, the world believes in God doesn't prove that there's a God. They believe, they have faith. Okay. Second thing, can you give me one reason why people die in earthquakes? Why would God not remove earthquake?
This is the question. This is the question. I'm asking you this question because all you've done is you've reversed the question.
Yeah, because he can't. He's not there.
1 second, Max. Because I'm asking, because what you've done is you said, look, most people don't want to die in an earthquake, therefore there are earthquakes, therefore God doesn't exist. None of those follow. This is non sequitur argument.
Okay.
You're arguing from emotion. The world does not conform to your imagination. I know that there are people today who say that they are women when they have testicles, but that does not make them women, because the world does not conform to your imagination. Do you understand?
Yep.
So what you're doing by saying let's have 1 million people, 1 billion people, 8 billion people vote to how the world would look like, it doesn't mean that whatever they vote is actually how the world should be. It doesn't. That's illogical. You're arguing an illogical point.
Agreed. So why
I'm
would
going to let me finish my point. Now I ask you the question. Give me evidence of why, if there are earthquakes and people die, that God cannot exist. You don't have an answer. So now you're asking me, why would God create an earth in which there is earthquakes?
Yeah.
Yes. You've reversed the question, isn't it?
I mean, it's the same question with a different
same
idea.
question, but you're asking it the other way around. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What's missing? What's missing for us to answer this question? What's missing?
You tell me.
I'm asking you the question.
I don't know.
Asking you. Okay, if you don't know, because this is what you did. You went to the common atheists' place where they go and hide. They hide in the I don't know of the gaps. You've heard of science of the gaps.
And okay.
This is the atheist version of science of the gaps. It's called the I don't know of the gaps.
Okay.
So what happens is they say we don't know. So the reality is, if God has created the world the way it is, you have no idea if this is how God wanted the world to be or not.
Okay, so
You're just
you know.
upset. You're, 1 second, I'm explaining to you. I'll come to
Uh-huh.
this. Understand?
Uh-huh.
The whole point here is that you don't have an explanation. You don't have a reason why. You just don't like it.
Okay.
Okay, you just don't like it.
Uh-huh.
But that's not a reason for someone to disbelieve in the existence of God.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
Now, you said earlier on that I don't say fantastical things like if my child says, "How does the engine work?" I don't tell him that Santa Claus did it. But you're doing
Uh-huh.
the same thing. You don't know the reason why the Earth is created this way. You don't
Yeah.
know,
Uh-huh.
but you're making a claim about it, a
Uh-huh.
fantastical claim that therefore God does not exist. This
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
Okay. Okay. So I am hiding behind the I don't know
I
of
don't know of the
knowledge.
gaps.
Yeah, of the gaps. Okay.
I don't know
And
of the gaps.
you are hiding behind the God of the gaps.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay. So okay, can you
Because
tell me?
1 second, I'll explain why I'm not, because this is important.
Uh-huh.
Because the science of the gaps argument is that we can explain how things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
Yeah.
there was, in the old days, this is the idea. In the old days, there was lightning. And when
Mm-hmm.
the lightning happened, people said, "Oh, God is angry."
Mm-hmm.
And now we know that the clouds are in the sky and there's interaction between the particles
Yeah.
and the
Correct.
salt,
Correct.
and you
Perfect.
get
Perfect.
electrical
Perfect.
charge, and you get. This is an explanation of the how.
Uh-huh.
Do you understand? Now, the question you're asking is not a how question.
Yeah.
You're not asking me how do earthquakes happen.
Uh-huh.
You're asking me why do earthquakes happen.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. This
Yep.
is yes. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, but I'm
Now
not getting
stop.
an answer.
Yes, because the reason is you're not getting an answer is because, but you, without an answer, this is important. You're not getting an answer, but from this answer, you directly made a claim. From the "I don't know of the gaps," you said God doesn't exist.
Yeah. From this answer,
Because
what? I
because
didn't get
there
it.
are 1 second, no, because there are earthquakes
Uh-huh.
and people die, God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Pure emotion, illogical. It doesn't
Uh-huh.
make any. It does not give any explanation to the reality. You're just
Okay.
using this because you don't like how things are.
Okay. So
That the world does not exist.
I don't know why earthquakes are. Can you tell me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're talking about explanation or the why?
Why?
You're
Why?
talking about the how or the why?
Why did God create earthquakes?
Okay, that's a good question. How are you going to find the answer to this question?
You know the God. I don't know. You tell me. Bible is there. You follow God. You would know that.
Okay, good. I like humbleness. It's important to have this. Now, the point here is very simple.
Uh-huh.
The assumption that you're making, and so this is a bit of an explanation, so you have to give me a minute to explain to you.
Yeah, yeah.
So the assumption that you're making is that the world is imperfect. This is your claim. Now, to make this claim, you first have to know what is the function of the earth. Why, not how, what is the why of the earth? Why is it here? What is it meant to do?
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know.
You don't know this. So
Yeah.
from that, for all you can do at that point is say, "I don't know." You cannot make any further. You cannot make any further emotional arguments about therefore God does not exist,
Yeah,
because
so you
that is
explain.
that I will explain to you. That is unjust and that's unfair. So the only way you're going to know about why something is made is by asking the one that made it.
Okay.
Do you understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means we have to return to revelation.
Yeah.
Now, in Islam, and I'm going to give you the Islamic background because I'm a Muslim. Yeah. In Islam, we have a concept of there being a perfect creation in the sense of a creation in which there is no suffering. Okay. No dying, you live forever, no misery, no sadness, no even bad language. Yeah. That is something that we have in existence. And then we have another place where there is only the worst things, horrible torture, danger, suffering all the time. Yeah. And then we have the earth.
Yeah.
So the earth is not the perfect realm when there's no suffering. And it's not the realm in which there is only suffering. This is something different. And we are told, we have in our revelation, we are told that you're here for a short time. This is a short time. And it's why are you here? Because there's a function. This world has a function, and the function is not to live forever, and the function is not to die. Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah.
So what that tells you is that your explanation, your assumption that the world is imperfect, and your assumption that because there are earthquakes and people die, that God does not exist, is baseless. For me, it's baseless, completely emotional argument from an atheist, and I don't know of the gaps argument.
Okay, so there's a hell, there's a heaven, and then there's earth, right?
Yes.
So why add earthquakes in this earth? Like, why can't he add earthquakes in hell? Like, why in planet Earth? Why that? Why that?
So now you're asking a different question.
Yeah.
Do you understand? What I'm pointing to you out is that your logic was not sound.
I mean,
Listen to me 1 second, Max. It's very
Uh-huh.
important. The logic that because there are bad things that happen in the world, earthquakes and people dying, that God
Yeah.
does not exist. This is a straw man argument.
Uh-huh.
And why is it a straw man argument? Because the argument makes an assumption about the intention of the creation of this world that you do not have access to. So you as a human being, even if you all vote and there's a democratic election and everyone decides the world is not how we would like it to be, it does not mean anything about whether or not the creator exists. The reality is this: the reason for the existence of the earth is something that only the creator can tell you. And it's however this world is, is perfect for the purpose for which it was created, because it's created because the why of the creation is with the creator.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yeah, please ask.
I don't know how my car engine works, so I can go to the manufacturer, call them, and ask them, how does it work? He's the creator of the engine. How do we call the creator of this planet and ask him why earthquakes were made? Give me the purpose. Yeah.
Great question. So you go to, so what you do is you're saying how do we access the creator?
Yeah.
Isn't it? This is the answer question you're asking, really. How do we access the creator?
Yep.
It's even easier now, because throughout history, I'm not talking now about one specific religion. Throughout history, in every single culture, separated by language, separated by geography, separated by time, there are people that have come forward and said the creator has spoken to us and this is the message.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yep.
So now this is the creator giving you information about the why of you being here and the reality of this world. Okay. Now what's required from you? What's required from, very simple, is to make an assessment. You look at the evidence that's presented to you in a reasonable, unbiased way, with openness. I mean, if I came to you, Max, with prejudice, and whatever you're saying, I'm going to think bad about you or negatively about you, I'm not going to learn from you. All I'm going to be doing is looking at what you're saying, and I'm going to be finding out how can I respond to him.
Yep.
Actually, what I should be doing is listening to you, which is why I spent all this time when you were talking to the brothers, just listening to understand.
Yeah.
And then I should be trying to understand you so that I can interact with you in a fair way. Yes. Now, what's required from you is to assess these realities of these people that have come forward. Look at what they have produced. Look at the thing that they claim is the message. So there are Hindus that claim that Bhagavad Gita is the message. There are Sikhs that claim the Guru Granth Sahib is the message. There are Christians that say the Bible is them. They have concepts of the creator. Okay. Just like you have maybe concepts of gravity, different theories of gravity. The different concepts do not take away the reality of the gravity. Therefore, the different concepts of the God among the people is something that doesn't take away the reality of God. You just need to assess. So you would assess the product that was brought, and then you would go from that place. You understand?
Yep. So God sent us messages from in the form of Bible and Quran and everything, right?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying these are the claims that people have made.
So how do we
these
contact God?
So you have to. What you have to do is you have to assess them. Do you understand?
So I don't like those are claims. That is actually not true. That the God has sent it, right? It's not.
No. Yeah, you have to. Max. You have to assess. You can't just because someone anyone can stand up. I mean, Max,
and reject it.
Just 1 second.
I can assess. Okay.
100% you can assess and reject. 100%. You are the Quran says like there is no compulsion in religion. You are able to assess and this is why God has given us a rationality. A brain works and thinks and seeks truth. You can't find you cannot explain our brain's ability to seek truth from evolution or natural processes. You cannot do this.
Okay. So I have a question.
Yeah, please,
Max, we've actually overshot our time by an hour.
Yes.
If I could kindly request that perhaps you come earlier on our next stream, you can actually come on the Wednesday stream. What is the Wednesday stream, Imran?
The Wednesday stream is, I think it's, what was the brother saying? Doubtbusters?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If you come super early, we might be able to get you on. My apologies to the rest of the people waiting backstage, but we normally finish the stream at 11:30, and it's coming up to 12:30.
Yeah.
My bad. I took
Max,
so
it was
much
nice
time, but
talking to you. I
Imran,
enjoyed it.
I
Please come again.
enjoyed talking to you. I really wanted to talk to you further, but I love talking to you. I love talking.
Likewise.
Thanks a
And
lot.
there's no Max. There's no animosity here. I know we're having
Zero
a
hard
robust
feelings.
discussion.
Zero hard feelings.
It's interesting to discuss because I think this is how we learn from each other. So please come again, and we'll talk again hopefully. Okay.
And Max, before you go, I'll just say very quickly, and of course, then you can think about things and you can come back next time and you can discuss it. But not understanding why something happens, even though it may appear on the surface to be something undesirable, Allah says in the Quran that you may love or covet a thing that may be harmful for you, and you may despise a thing that may be good for you. In other words, Allah is telling us that there are many things that we may detest, that we may dislike, that we may have problems with, because we're emotional beings, and often we don't necessarily think logically, rationally, but we adopt our emotions. But Allah is telling us that He is all wise, and everything Allah does, regardless of whether we understand or do not understand, it doesn't diminish the authority or the correctness of whatever God does. You see. Now, this is why I took you back fundamentally to the concept of why it's why we have to accept this necessary existence. But of course, we Muslims, we don't just base our opinion just on these philosophical arguments. We have a Quran that we can apply the test of the falsification test that comes with the Quran. And once we are convinced that this Quran is indeed linked to, connected to the one that sent it, the creator, then we accept whatever it tells us on the basis that we are convinced now that this is indeed a book from Allah and it's been preserved. And of course, Max, look, being atheist, you can't answer questions like, for example, morality. What is moral? What is right? What is wrong? If you rely solely on social consensus, then Max, you know that many horrors in society happen as a consequence of social consensus getting it very wrong, right? The meaning of things. Why is your child a group of atoms that has been collected and orchestrated in a particular way more valuable than that of a rock? There is something fundamentally within our psychology, within our, I would say, within our spirituality, within our hearts, that intuitively places value on certain things without even being able to necessarily logically or rationally explain those things. They're intuitive. They are something within us. Now, people can argue, well, this is evolution or whatever, but I think it when we look at certain issues, for example, you have an elderly mum, let's say, for argument's sake, and if a car is going to come and hit her, and you have the opportunity to push your mum out of the way, she may be very elderly. She might have, God forbid, not your mum personally, I'm just talking generally. If this mother has cancer, the doctor's given her 1 week to live. And there's a car coming, and you have the opportunity to push your mother out of the way, risking your own life, you will do that. Yet that makes no logical sense. No evolutionary sense. Yet you would do that because there's something intrinsic in your heart that you value about your mother, where you would literally sacrifice your life as a young man, even though your mother had 1 week to live. So all of these things cannot be explained necessarily through material understanding of things. There is something that supersedes that, that we intuitively accept and believe. And this is why Allah says that a person that when they disbelieve, they actually have to they have to shut all of these mechanisms down.
Uh-huh.
They have to almost force themselves to atheism.
Uh-huh.
But the natural predisposition of a human being is that he believes in something greater than him.
Yeah. Okay. So I would love to continue debating, but
We
we
can
don't have any
continue that
time.
next
Wait.
time.
Yeah, that's fine. So when is your next stream and on what channel?
So same channel. We have a stream on Wednesday every other week, and we have a stream every Sunday every other week. But you know, we have the definitions of the streams in terms of what the topics are, what the subjects are. But you're more than welcome to come up again, and if you want to, you know, come on and have that discussion, we can have that discussion with
Sure.
you.
Imran, would you be there in the next stream? I really like talking to you, and Abbas, you too. But we were getting somewhere.
Usually we are both on the streams.
Oh, perfect.
God willing, we should be there.
Ijaz is on the stream. Sometimes he's on his private yacht or flying in his private jet, so he can't make the stream. But Ijaz, you're muted.
Hold on, this dude was like, I like talking to Imran and Abbas, and then
He didn't like you, Ijaz.
Yeah, absolutely not.
All right, Max, it was a pleasure to have you on.
All right. Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
All the
we'll
best.
hopefully
Take care.
speak again soon.
All right. Yeah.
Okay then.
get easy.
All right, guys. My apologies to everybody else that's waiting. We are not, unfortunately, going to be able to have anybody else on. Please try to come on a bit earlier next time, and we will try to get you on. But in the meantime, thank you so much. Jazakallah khair to all the mods who do so much work and make the streams safer, better for all of us. Alhamdulillah. So we're very, very grateful to you. Our brothers and sisters in Palestine are literally being annihilated. We cannot imagine the suffering that they're going through. Literally cannot imagine. And I know many of us are actually, we're somewhat reducing the things that we're seeing because they are so graphic. And it's at a stage where really you don't have words to explain the sort of suffering, children, babies, mothers. It's just utterly shocking. And what I find really shocking about people who come on and want to discuss how if Hamas apparently made it to power, they would be doing much worse, as if somehow this justifies what's happening to the Palestinian people. Trying to make this type of gymnastics. And we hear this by Israelis, we hear this by politicians who are basically saying somehow inherently these are like evil people, bad people, and you have to annihilate them, you have to wipe them off the face of this earth. I just find that so morally reprehensible, morally dead, quite frankly, that you would even make an argument like that instead of just saying that what we're seeing is an absolute genocide, a travesty, and it needs to stop, and we need to end this mass killing. And instead of doing that, they want to somehow try to justify it. And I just find that shocking. But Dr. Imran, any last words? Just remember our Palestinian brothers and sisters in your dua. You know, I read a comment that somebody wrote, which was quite poignant, actually. And they said, Israel doesn't control the Palestinian people, but it does seem to control all of the voices and the powers that are supporting it, like Europe and America. So it seems to have more control of those countries and those leaders and less control of the Palestinian people, who I think have actually, despite the butchery that they're going through, even the non-Muslims see them as a more dignified people than the mass murdering psychopaths that are currently butchering them and murdering them and killing them. And despite of their belief system, whether Islam is true or not true, for them it's irrelevant. But the Palestinian people are coming out with dignity and honor. They won't yield, despite the utter utter murderous campaign that's being unleashed on them. So remember them in your dua. Inshallah, Ramadan is only a few weeks away. Next month it will be Ramadan. May Allah bless our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Bless all of our brothers and sisters in China, in Yemen, in Syria, wherever they are suffering. And we wish peace and tranquility for all other people as well, not just Muslims, for our Christian brothers and sisters in humanity, for our Jewish brothers and sisters in humanity, for our atheist brothers and sisters in humanity. We don't wish ill feeling and death or destruction for anybody. We would much rather stick to our Islamic traditions and wish good for people, wish peace for people. This is what we feel. This is what we want. It's not just about caring for Muslims. We care about all lives. When we see the destruction happening in Ukraine, or the people who are being forced to fight in Ukraine, forced to fight in Russia, it's harrowing, it's disgraceful, it's disgusting, it's despicable. So anyway, any last words, Doctor, before we go?
Alhamdulillah, I think you said everything. Yeah, just remember that everyone's suffering around the world on your du'as. May Allah make everything easy for them and protect them from oppression, inshallah. Ameen. Jazakallah khair to all the mods who do the hard work, and the brothers in the background who we don't get to see, Brother Ijaz and Brother Anis, inshallah. And brothers, I learn a lot from you every time, so may Allah reward you guys, inshallah, and your families, and give you the best of both worlds. Everything good is from Allah, and anything wrong and in error is from ourselves and shaitan. May Allah forgive our shortcomings, inshallah. Ameen.
Last words.
That's it. Assalamu alaikum, guys. See you next show, inshallah.
My brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.